Yes! Hello, my beautiful friends. What an amazing day it is. Welcome back. I hope your week has been incredible and you've accomplished all the things you set your mind to. Email inbox looking empty, to-do list checked off, and that stack of mail decimated, not even visible to your naked eye. We're jumping in right now to see what the latest is on the Pete Hegseth confirmation. They may be there all hours into the night, and so we're going to see what's happening. We just had the space cadet Mark Kelly from Arizona finish speaking. We're taking a look to see if another senator is going to be coming to the floor, because this is a big one. It's going to be close. We know that squishy Republicans Murkowski and squishy Susan Collins from Maine are not going to be voting for Hegseth, and that's going to make it very tight. So we're keeping our eyes on this one. Looks like Barrasso was here earlier. Let's get a little bit of this little taste here.
Serious guy. He's got the background. He said, I get confidence he'll do a good job. Yet Senator Schumer held up the confirmation process for 2 solid days. Despite the delay, the Senate overwhelmingly confirmed this highly qualified director, Director Ratcliffe, by a vote of 74 to 25. 21 Democrats voted in favor of his confirmation, yet a 2-day delay. I want every American to know what's happening here in the Senate. The far-left members of the Democrat caucus are intentionally delaying the confirmation of President Trump's national security team.
Rude.
It's not advice and consent. It's the Democrats' playbook.
It's an insurrection.
For trying to deny President Trump his cabinet. Senate's preparing to vote this weekend on more high-qualified nominees. One of them is South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. Governor Noem's a nominee to be Secretary of Homeland Security. She will secure the border. In the first 3 days of the Trump administration, illegal encounters dropped nearly 35%.
Nice.
Compared to the final 3 days of the Biden administration.
Just getting warmed up.
Mr. President,
just stretching.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, anyone who's tried to buy a carton of eggs at the grocery store lately has probably seen a sign on the empty shelves saying there's a national shortage of eggs because of the bird flu.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that notices like this exist is because the Department of Health and Human Services tracks disease outbreaks around the clock and notifies the public in real time. And of course, we take that for granted. We should take that for granted. It's the kind of thing that the government just does and that we normally don't argue about. There are lots of things for us to argue about, but whether or not the government should tell us if there's a public health problem has never been something that we've argued about.
Yeah, it has, actually. We don't really believe your public health crises anymore. So that's Brian Schatz from Hawaii, who's, I don't know, going to come out and say we got to trust the CDC to tell us that whatever they say is happening and trust the science and all that crap. We actually do contest your mandates and your dictates from on high. So it's a beautiful day, my friends. We're going to continue to keep our eye on this. They say that the vote is going to be taking place about it's going to be later. So 7 my time. So about 4 hours from now. So we may not be here for the actual vote, but they're going to be debating it for the rest of this evening. And so we'll keep our eye on this. And as this brings up other more interesting people, we'll zoom back in on it. But we got a great show planned ahead. Regardless, President Trump and his DOJ came in and they gave the old proverbial legal backhand to a DC judge called Amit Mehta. You know this judge. And he was the judge presiding over the Oath Keepers case, the Stewart Rhodes case. And we, of course, recall that Ray Epps was an Oath Keeper a long time ago, but he wasn't bound up in this. They just got the other guys. But Rhodes, of course, was commuted or pardoned, one of the two. Hard to keep track of all of them, but he is now released and freed. And so what ended up happening is the judge came back and threw a hissy fit on this. The judge in D.C. just throwing a temper tantrum like we've seen. Judge Chutkin throwing a temper tantrum. Beryl Howell, America, democracy, and all this crap. And we'll see what this judge did. But then you'll see this second motion that came out, this motion to vacate, was filed by Trump's new DOJ acting AG, and it is a lot of fun. And so we got a new sheriff in town, okay, even going after these DC judges. So I got those documents queued up that I'm excited to share with you. We've also got news that Fauci's losing his security detail, and it was a big one, so he's going to have to come out of pocket on that. We'll come back to that. Benny Thompson is out screaming on the House floor. And here's an important thing for those parents out there. If you have a MAGA son, well, this article is going to help you deal with that. This came out from the New York Times and they say some liberal parents are now facing new unexpected challenges. How to talk to their kids about President Trump. I can't wait to read this one. All right, so we'll come back on that. And then we'll hear from Chip Roy. He was out dropping a burner, going after the left for their hystericism and their hypocrisy when it comes to the J6 pardons. Remember, no J6ers murdered FBI agents, but Joe Biden pardoned other people who did. So it's very interesting to see what's happening on that basis. Then we'll come back. We will go through. We'll see here what, if I can click this appropriately. We are going to see much more because I've got the press briefings that the president engaged in today queued up on the show right here. So he landed over in North Carolina today and is doing more to repair the damage than Joe Biden has done in ages. We'll see what he said because he took questions when he came down the big boy stairs. Look at those. Aren't those beautiful? We haven't seen those in a long time because we had those booster seat chairs that they were throwing Joe up and down the flight of stairs on. So we got that press briefing coming up. Trump was making the rounds out and about. I've got that queued up. And then we also have actual press briefing. So he sat down, took some questions, was asked about pencil neck shifty shift and others. We got approval ratings. We got Mexico building tents and a bunch of other stuff. So we're excited to be here and to be with you. Like I said, we're going to keep our eye on what's happening in the Senate. In fact, let's see what's happening right now on this one. No, it's still Brian Schatz. Still Brian Schatz over there. So, all right, so we'll come back on that. Now, before we get into anything on the day, let me share with you a great message from our friends at Ground News. We're very excited about our friends at Ground News, so check this out. Starting
up here in a different part of the journal.
In 1 second,
Without objection.
as soon as I turn off all of the
Thank
other
you, Mr. President. A new
noise, which is very loud. My apologies about that. Totally botched that transition. But let's try that again because this is a great message from our friends at Ground News. As we know, Trump was victorious in this last election, but the fight is just beginning. Confirmation battles underway. There are already murmurings from within the intelligence community about one of Trump's picks. It's Tulsi and Cash. They don't like them. There are a lot of stories like this one saying that former FBI and CIA officials are both warning against Trump's nominees. The question is, will they get confirmed? And how do you keep track of all the latest? Ground News. Ground News is a revolutionary app and website that gathers news stories from across the political spectrum, showing you the biases, reliability, and ownership of each story. This Tulsi story, for example, is covered by over 36 sources, and Ground News shows you exactly who is reporting what. And as you can see, most of the reporting on this story is from the right, with over half the sources covering it leaning right. Only 22% of the sources that are covering it are leaning left, which is strange because most of the people opposing Trump's nominees are on the left. But that's what's nice about Ground News. It has a blind spot feature, which helps you find stories that are being reported heavily by one side but ignored by the other. And I'm a huge fan of their For You section, a hub that curates the latest stories sorted by the issues that matter most to you. With Ground News, you get the power to sift through and analyze the gobs of information dumped in front of us all the time and access broader perspectives all in one place. And right now, you can save 40% on their Vantage plan, the same plan I use, by visiting ground.news/RGE, or just click the link below. Don't miss out on the opportunity to see what the mainstream media isn't showing you, especially during this transition and inauguration season. Check it out. Go to ground.news/RGE and take control of your news. All right, my friends. So check it out. Ground News. You can follow the link down in the description below to check it out and get some amazing news. All right. So let's take a look at what's happening in Washington, D.C. now, because this is fun. President Trump and the new DOJ are giving the old proverbial backhand to a DC judge. You can see his name is Judge Amit Privayadan Mehta, and he was the judge presiding over the Stewart Rhodes and the Oath Keepers case and prosecution. Now, the prosecution, of course, was successful in this, and the Proud Boys got convicted and sentenced and served prison time until President Trump came out and commuted and pardoned some of their sentences, depending on the defendant, depending on the case they were involved in. But in this case, you can see a bunch of stuff has happened. We saw that there was an order granted, transcripts and more were coming out, delivered last year. Okay, very little has happened until this year, January 2025. And then what we see now is this minute order that got dropped by the judge, just out of his own, out of nowhere, saying that you now have a new penalty. So check this out. On January 24th, on his own, the judge Amit Mehta dropped this into the courts. U.S. District Judge out of the District of Columbia, saying here's an order now amending conditions of release. Now, these guys are pardoned and commuted, which means they don't have any continual penalties that are associated with this case. And we're going to see what the DOJ says about this. But the judge just did this on his own. Says this court hereby amends the condition of supervised release for these defendants: Stuart Rhodes, Kelly Meggs, Kenneth Harrelson, Jessica Watkins, Roberto Minuta, Edward Vallejo, David Morshell, and Joseph Hackett, to change their release conditions. Now, when you're being prosecuted, you get release conditions. Okay, you're charged with the crime. If it's a simple crime, you don't have a criminal record, you don't have any evidence that you're a flight risk or that you're a danger to the community or someone else, then they'll let you out generally on your own recognizance. You've heard this, OR release. Some people will be on pretrial services where they've got to do something. They got to check in, call a phone number, call, is my number called? Is my color called? However it is in your state, check in and you're kind of managed. Then there's no release, right? You're held without bond. You cannot get out of custody for certain offenses if they're very serious and whatever. But once the case is over, okay, a condition of their release in this case was they were not released. They were imprisoned. So they were commuted, and their release conditions are now moot because they are now pardoned and commuted. So here, they say the judge just on his own, I'm going to impose new penalties and base them on, I can now control your conditions of release. So here's what he says. You individuals must not knowingly enter the District of Columbia without first obtaining permission from the court. So if Trump's going to invite you to some event, or you're going to come speak at some conference, or you're going to go to this thing or that thing, you cannot come back to DC unless you talk to me about it. You got to get a permission slip from me. And two, you must not knowingly enter the Capitol building or surrounding grounds known as the Capitol Square and consisting of the square block bounded by these locations: Constitutional Avenue, northwest to northeast, First Street, northeast to southeast. So between here and between here, don't go in there. From this area and from this area, southwest over here, without first obtaining the permission from the court, this order shall be effective today at noon. So get out of DC or let me know that you're here. Now, guess what happened? President Trump's new DOJ doesn't like that. So they responded immediately. And you can see this one came out signed by Edward R. Martin Jr., who is now a United States attorney, respectfully submitted, says the following back to the court, responded immediately, okay? Judge, just got your little order there. Thanks for that. Says, this is the United States motion to dismiss the term of supervised release and probation pursuant to the executive order. So now, guess what? The United States of America, by and through its attorney, the U.S. attorney now for the District of Columbia, new sheriff in town, says the following. As this court is aware, Judge, an executive order was issued by the president on January 20th, granting pardons and commutation of sentences for certain offenses relating to the events on January 6th. Now, this proclamation included the above listed defendants in a list of the defendants whose sentences had been commuted. And we remember there was that list, and we broke it down. The first half was the Proud Boys. The second half was, reverse that. First half was the Oath Keepers. The second half was the Proud Boys. And those were the seditious conspirators. Okay, nobody got charged with insurrection, but of all the J6 cases, those were the two that they bundled up and said there was this massive conspiracy because some guys wrote some things in a chat one time. The executive branch, they say, hey, so you're clear about this, according to United States versus Nixon, a U.S. Supreme Court case, says the executive branch has exclusive authority and absolute discretion to decide whether to prosecute a case or not. And so this court entered an order this morning amending the conditions of release. But the defendants, however, are no longer subject to the terms of your supervised release and their probation because as the order was signed by the president, it says in quotes, in case you need to read this again, Judge, it commuted the sentences of these defendants, which means they're commuted because it's in the order. Now, as the terms and supervised release conditions and the associated probation are included in the sentences of the defendants that you have control over, this court may not modify the terms of supervised release because the term supervised release is no longer active by effect of President Trump's executive order. Citing another U.S. Supreme Court case saying, hey, by the way, the Supreme Court has also acknowledged that an accused final sentence, when they're actually sentenced, it includes supervised release, right? That's still a penalty. You're still on supervised probation. You still have to contact your probation officer, unless it's unsupervised. But you still have a penalty, like you're on condition, you're on notice with the court. Somebody is monitoring you. You'll have a hall monitor that he may receive, and therefore supervised release punishments arise from and are treated as part of the penalty for the initial offense. So you cannot continue to exercise this against these oath keepers. Saying the United States hereby indicates that the order must be vacated. So get rid of it. Respectfully submitted, Edward Martin Jr. Amazing. Okay, so not playing around. Just saying you can come back here and throw your little hissy fit. And earlier this week, we talked about Beryl Howell and how she was saying democracy. And then Judge Chutkan was talking about feces all over the place. Didn't check Biden's office for any of that. But the point is, amazing response from the DOJ. And they're saying back to this judge, why are you asking for something that we didn't even ask for? All right, this is a sua sponte, on the court's own volition, interference in this case. The judge is supposed to be a neutral arbiter who doesn't just spring into action like a jack-in-the-box to come out and impose new conditions on people because he's upset that they got a pardon. It is an indication that they are as biased as we thought they were because they're doing this on their own. No prosecutor asked them to do this. The defendants, of course, did not ask them to do this. So the judge just decided, cope. We lost. So what can I do? What levers of power do I have to manipulate this so I can feel good about myself and go to bed? And it's a violation of their judicial oaths to be neutral and independent. So now the DOJ is stepping in and saying, you cannot do that, okay? The president has issued his order, and now the DOJ will formally make it known, you must drop this immediately. So good news on that one, and we're excited to see where that goes. We'll see if the judge responds to that or what happens next. All right, let's poke back in and see what's happening with this confirmation vote because we got Tim Kaine, who, man, always just looks worse every time you see the guy.
Desire
but here's
or
what he
norm
says.
To stand on the floor and speak in opposition to a nominee for Secretary of Defense. To speak in opposition to a nominee by President Trump for Secretary of Defense. I spoke the other day, probably 2 days ago here, about why I am opposing Pete Hegseth to be Secretary of Defense.
Why?
What I want to focus on today is his claim, because I know my colleagues have been on the floor all day long explaining their own reasons for opposition to Pete Hegseth, but I want to just really drill down on what Pete Hegseth is saying about the allegations that folks are making against him. And this was pretty apparent in the committee hearing a week ago Tuesday, and it has been consistent since. It was most clear in a recitation that he had back and forth with Senator Kelly of Arizona. Senator Kelly asked him, I'm just going to ask you really simple questions. Here's an event that someone says you participated in, true or false? And again and again and again, what Pete Hegseth said was anonymous smears. He didn't say false, because if you say false to something that you have done, it could verge on perjury. He didn't say true, because if you say true to these kinds of allegations, it could be disqualifying. So it was a very interesting litany where again and again and again, Senator Kelly said, here's an event, true or false, anonymous smears. Anonymous smears was a very, very sophisticated way of not answering the question, and yet...
Yeah, kind of like when Clinton said something about it depends on what the definition of is, or right, whatever that phrase was. And of course, Bill Clinton was his running mate's husband, who's got a long litany of playing loose with those words to try to escape an inquisition like they're bringing upon him. So it's interesting how their double standard is called out, and how they'll support, he'll run with Hillary Clinton and get excited about doing so, but then sit here and lecture us about Pete Hegseth and some anonymous smears. All right, so we'll keep our eye on what's happening with that guy. We can only listen to so much of it, but let's see what else is happening out there today. This was fun. Fauci loses his security protocol and his protection that was provided to him by the federal government. And he's not happy about it, because it was a lot. It was like millions of dollars a year to pay for this guy's security. And I don't know what he needs security for if he was saving lives and such a hero. Why would anybody be upset with him? But here's what Caitlin Collins reported. Says, news, President Trump has terminated Anthony Fauci's security deal that was being provided and paid for by the NIH, the same organization that may or may not have been funding the entire pandemic. A source familiar tells me it was pulled last night. Fauci has since hired his own private security that he'll pay for himself. Oh, man. He's got to come out of pocket. And he's got a little skin in the game now, okay? He's not going to be able to feed off the public teat anymore. Here's the full story. It says Trump has terminated this, pulled on Thursday night. He's right about to go to bed. They're like, yeah, is he in bed? Trump's like, is he in bed yet? Okay, now. Go now. Knock, knock, knock. Given he continues to face ongoing threats due to his public-facing role, Fauci has now hired his own private security that he'll pay for himself. This comes as Trump continues his retribution tour, which we'll find. I'm happy to embrace that term, whatever, who previously served under him. He has also yanked security details from John Bolton and Mike Pompeo. Also gone. Since Monday, Trump has complained about how Joe preemptively pardoned Biden. Even when individuals have done nothing wrong and in fact have done the right thing and will be ultimately exonerated, the mere fact of being investigated can irreparably damage reputations and finances, Biden said in a statement. After they launched a full-blown onslaught against Trump funded by we the people. They use our taxpayer dollars to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars in multiple jurisdictions. Fauci served in the government for decades and is a criminal. So that is the latest on Fauci. And there was, I think, another, what was it? Anyways, so that's Fauci. Let's take a look at what Benny Thompson is saying over there. He was on the floor of the House today saying he's getting a lot of crazy letters, and he also got a pardon. He says, almost every day, my office is bombarded with crazy calls from Trump supporters, each one telling me a more ridiculous lie than the last, like what, you deleted evidence from the J6 evidence? Could someone tell me how they won the election yet still managed to be mad? Well, we're mad at you for what you've done over these last 4 years. You think that you were acting honorably and legally, and you weren't. And so that's why we're upset about it. We're looking forward to you being investigated to determine why you deleted those records, why you stood by while Liz Cheney suborned perjury and obstructed justice, and what your involvement was with all of it. So that's why we're mad. Yeah.
I am not a saint, far from it. So
let me
don't
turn that
throw
one
that
off.
in
Sorry.
my face. But your abuse over the years to women,
All right, Tim, relax for a minute. Sorry about that. Let's go back over to Benny and see what he's screaming about.
because every day some of these so-called mega folk
Mega?
calling our office,
It's mega.
saying all kind of crazy things. You know, just because somebody has gotten elected. But that's not our democracy. You know, if you won, why you mad? You know, you understand? You know, you acting worse than you did 4 years ago, and you lost.
Well, we're mad because we've seen what you've done. So I think they're getting nervous. They have a little bit of nervousness in their voice, which they should. So they're talking about these pardons. Here is what Chip Roy said. He was on the floor of the House, and he was talking about how the Democrats are hypocritical and shouldn't be able to be allowed to condemn the J6 pardons when they were responsible for a violation of their due process rights, and they perverted the entire justice system. Here's Chip.
And in light of, I want to follow up, though, on my colleagues here who took the floor regarding January 6th. I was very clear on the floor here, on this House floor, 4 years ago during January 6th, that what occurred was wrong, that what was occurring, what had occurred was wrong, that those who had broken the law, they should be prosecuted for breaking the law. And I don't know anybody who disagrees with that. I really don't. And there are differing facts for each one of those 1,500 cases, and some of them are pretty bad facts, and some of them, there are absolutely no facts at all, but they were pursued anyway, and therein lies the problem. And I want everybody to really listen to this point. There's going to be time for us to study all 1,500 cases, and we can look and we can judge what was the nature of how they were arrested, where they were arrested, where were they put in jail, how long were they in jail, what were the conditions in the jail, how many of their loved ones could they talk to, what was their access to defense counsel, what was the nature of the prosecution, what did the judges do, what were the sentences. We need to look at all those things. Notably, the president commuted, I think, 14 individual sentences. Don't have it right in front of me, but I think it was 14. Which tells me that the president and his team went through and tried to differentiate some of the worst egregious acts in their view that shouldn't be pardoned, but rather commuted to time served. But I would also note this: we are now 48 months beyond the events. Many of these individuals were arrested early in the process, have been in jail, have been in the judicial system, and have been dragged along. I've talked to dozens of the parents, family members, wives, husbands, spouses of the people that were jailed, unable to talk to their loved ones, people without criminal records, people who had done nothing else. Many of these people were charged with just parading here in the Capitol complex, which then the court said, well, not sure about that, and then crossing a line and being a place where you're not supposed to be, the obstruction issues. Well, what were you obstructing exactly? Now, again, I think it is important to note that what occurred that day should not have occurred, that many of the acts that occurred should have been punished. Some that were punished should have been punished. But when you completely ignore the rule of law, when you politically charge people, when you use the Department of Justice as a political weapon, you undermine the rule of law and you turn it on its head so that there's no differentiation between the right and the wrong.
And I just want to pause on this just to recap a little bit, because here on this channel, we have covered January 6th for, well, since the beginning. And we've seen cops tap people on other cops on the shoulders and stand aside so that people can come in. They all got charged. We saw and heard testimony in the Proud Boys trial about cops shooting people in the face with projectiles, causing the crowd to be instigated and have to, be compressed and to flee, essentially, right, to cause some of this to happen. In other words, there was a self-defense component to it that was never talked about. We talked about Ray Epps. We talked about all of the undercover CHS informants that were there that we never learned anything about because they were with Homeland Security investigations. And the list goes on and on and on. So in addition to that, right, throw in the pipe bomber and the distractions and why they moved the barricades and why did Trump order it to be secured and why wasn't it secured and why did the bike racks get moved so that people didn't know where the barriers were and all these questions that keep coming up. Why did Milley, an acting Secretary of Defense, not do anything about this? Why did the National Guard go over, or military rather, go and support and secure the House for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but they weren't available for some reason to come secure the Capitol building, even though they were standing right there blocks away. The list goes on and on. Now, in addition to all of those facts, once they were charged with fraudulent cases, they then put them in a jurisdiction where there were 93% Democrats on juries, if you can say that they are at least in parallel with how they vote, probably. It's not a free and fair jury, a jury of your peers. It is a rigged, politically biased system that was exacerbated by a corrupt attorney general. So it was, the facts were bad. The law was bad. The process was bad. Every single thing was bad. And that's why these pardons are valid. Okay. It's not like they did a bunch of bad things. And so we kind of feel bad about these pardons and all that. No, I don't feel bad about the pardons at all. I feel great about the pardons because they concocted a scenario and they violated everybody's rights in order to do it. And the penalty against the government is this. This is how you penalize them. You say you don't get your convictions anymore because you got them in a corrupt fashion. Don't do that again. Don't be corrupt and we won't take away your convictions. That's the only thing that matters to them. They're never fired. Well, Trump's firing them, but historically they're not fired, right? They just sit around the DOJ. They get more money. They get promotions. They sit there like Bill Barr for 40 years and they don't actually do justice. So I just want to be clear on that because there are times when we have these conversations where it kind of feels like we're almost apologizing for the pardons in a way. Like, oh, I really didn't want to have to do those. What I would really appreciate is a legitimate Justice Department. First of all, the whole event never should have happened because it should have been secured. Okay, it was created and allowed to happen. So everybody who was there in the first place was in some way, shape, or form entrapped and ensnared and probably encouraged by our own government to be there. So I just want to be clear about that. And let's go back to Chip.
When you literally go prosecute an 89-year-old Gulag survivor because she was exercising her pro-life views at an abortion clinic, what do you think one's view is of the righteousness of the other actions of the Department of Justice? How do you look at the 1,500 and go through and break them down in a way when 48 months later, as a father was on a news show today talking about his son, saying that his son had been moved from jail to jail and had to filter the water through a sock because there was so much rust in the water, that they weren't able to talk to him for 3 weeks over Christmas, didn't even know where he was, couldn't get access to counsel during a lot of those times. What are we supposed to do with that? Ignore it? The president came in and made a judgment that these 1,500 people of varying forms, some sentenced, some not, some had taken plea deals, some not, had 48 months of their life turned upside down by a Department of Justice who wanted to try to make an example out of them, and the President of the United States said enough.
Yep.
And you know what? I agree. Because at the end of the day, 48 months later, many of them having been in jail for all or a lot of that time, many of them who had their doors broken down, many of them had FBI raids. I had two grandmas driving from Austin, Texas, out into the hill country just a few months ago who were arrested and jailed overnight because they were physically present here at the Capitol. Not even inside, to the best of my knowledge. I think they might have just crossed one of the bike lines. 3 years later, you arrest two grandmothers, put them in jail?
Yeah, they did.
Does anybody see what happens when you politicize the justice system and the scales of justice become something that you can't look at as blindfolded? And again, why am I talking about this? Because today, the president righted the wrongs of those 21 individuals who were literally protesting in their view, and I share that view, the murdering of the unborn children. I think that stuff matters. I think it matters a lot. Because had Joe Biden, had Merrick Garland not politicized the Department of Justice, then maybe 20 or 30 cases of individuals who had done something that were particularly egregious, that were prosecuted, Maybe those wouldn't have been pardoned. I don't know. I haven't studied every case. But when you're looking at 1,500 cases and all the people who are being abused, I think the president did the right thing. And again, differentiated between those with the commuted sentences. But meanwhile, what the president is doing, besides, I think, trying to restore balance to the justice system, is he's keeping his promises to secure our country. One of my colleagues over there said the first thing the president did was make us less safe. Are you serious? Are you serious? You think reversing politicized political prosecutions 4 years later is making us less safe? May I remind my Democrat colleagues that the individual who burned down a police station, a career criminal, got 27 months.
Wild. And Kamala tried to bail him out. So shout out to Chip Roy there for a nice statement. It's essentially defending the pardons and calling out the left and their hypocrisy, which, of course, we appreciate. So we're taking a look at what's happening with the Hegseth vote as well. This guy's still going. It's like, dude, the campaign's over. Okay, come on. What, you still going?
Makes me sad, but I will state my reputation on this. What they have told me is a direct match and an affirmation of the material contained in the public accounts from the mother, from Pete Hegseth's own admissions, from the sexual assault facts that we know, from the Danielle Hegseth affidavit. So, Mr. President, I've taken some time to go over this to show that
we know
the material that this body is considering is not anonymous, and now I want to turn to the second. It's not a smear. The Pete Hegseth allegation seems to be that this is all created at the last minute to try to derail him from being Secretary of Defense. And in that way, it's a smear. Couldn't be farther from the truth.
It seems like that's what you're doing.
The sexual assault claim happened years ago.
Yeah, but you're dragging it up.
It was not created to try to stop Pete.
Settled.
The whistleblower report was written more than a decade ago.
All right, so this guy's just going to keep going, I guess. I don't know how long he's going to spend on it, but I got some latest over from the New York Times. Let's get an update from them. They just updated this article minutes ago, updated 5:21 Eastern Time, telling us the Senate barreled on Friday toward a late night vote on whether to confirm Pete as the Secretary of Defense, and it's still uncertain. We have questions about a handful of Republicans. Hegseth confirmation was further complicated earlier this week when a former sister-in-law submitted a sworn statement accusing him, a former sister-in-law, okay? Oh my gosh. So Pete's brother dumps some psycho bimbo, and then she's like, "Ugh, I hate that guy. He broke my heart." And then she, as soon as, Pete's bro is going to, now go get confirmed, Pete's going to get confirmed, she's throwing a fit. Can you believe it? Accusing him of having been abusive towards his second wife. Okay, did the second wife come out and say that? And frequently intoxicated in public and in private. Mr. Hegseth denied the allegation in the affidavit, as he had denied an earlier allegation of sexual assault, as well as accusations of mismanagement and public intoxication. Two senators, like Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, have already publicly announced they intend to oppose Hegseth. If one more Republican is going to join them, J.D. Vance could cast a tie-breaking vote. But if more broke ranks, it could sink Hegseth's bid. So we've got one more Republican. In comments to reporters at the White House, Mr. Trump said he was bracing for at least one more Republican to maybe oppose. He said, I don't know. He says, I was very surprised that Collins and Murkowski would do that, he said on the lawn. And of course, Mitch is always a no vote, I guess. Mitch just hates me. He says, is Mitch a no vote? And how about Mitch? What's Mitch going to do? Trump was referring to Mitch McConnell, the Republican of Kentucky, who has notably been silent. Oh, do you see what they did there? You see that? Who has been notably silent, you guys, New York Times, on Mr. Hegseth nomination. Mr. McConnell voted on Thursday to move ahead with the confirmation vote, Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina also voted to proceed to a final vote, though he told reporters he was still doing his due diligence on the nom. Most Republicans have dismissed the affidavit of the former sister-in-law. Her name is Danielle Dietrich Hegseth, pointing to a statement that Mr. Hegseth's ex-wife, Samantha Hegseth, gave to NBC News denying it. Okay, so the ex-wife doesn't even believe it. He never physically abused her and discredited those claims. Joni Ernst of Iowa, who had wrestled with this, said that Samantha Hegseth's denial of abuse meant the affidavit carries no weight. Yeah, she's just a sister-in-law, ex-sister-in-law. Who cares? Samantha Hegseth is under the constraints of a non-disparagement clause in the couple's 2018 divorce settlement, and they agreed from engaging in public discourse, not going to attack each other. Such clauses are common. They have kids. They don't want to be beating each other up in the media. In a recent interview with FBI, Hegseth, Samantha, the ex-wife, said that Hegseth had drunk to excess and continued to do so. The FBI didn't comment about it. Should the Senate reject Hegseth, it would be the first time, see, this is what the media gets all excited about, the first time since former President George H.W. Bush's administration that a defense secretary nominee has failed on a confirmation vote. In 1989, John Tower, Bush's pick, failed 47-53, drinking as well, and conduct towards women. So if Hegseth is confirmed, it's going to be the closest margin in modern times. So that's what the New York Times says. So very, very close. And currently, Tim Kaine just still rambling on about
of allegations of drunkenness on the job and fiscal mismanagement that are the subject of a very extensive report written by non-anonymous co-workers. And so as we near the vote for this most important position, my plea to my colleagues, as one who has supported every Secretary of Defense who's ever come before my committee, Democrat or Republican, is don't rush this and make a mistake. No one in this room,
are you
should
done?
This
Who's there?
break badly following a confirmation can say, wow, I didn't know. I didn't know. Everyone knows. Everyone has access to this material. Everyone knows the risk we would be undertaking in confirming Pete Hegseth to be Secretary of Defense. There will be no place, no shelter, no refuge of, wow, I was unaware of this. But more importantly than that, we all know people right in this chamber who are qualified by background, who are qualified
who
by
are alcoholics who abuse women,
importantly, are qualified by character to undertake this most solemn responsibility. Let's get this one right. Let's take the time and get this one right.
Okay, are you done?
With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Finally. All right, so let's see if anybody else speaks. If not, then we'll jump into some more because I've got some more press briefings queued up. And the room looks empty. Like, who is he talking to? You people in this room?
Senator from Virginia,
Suggest the absence of quorum.
the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Okay, don't think we're going to get anything. They're zooming out. Mics are back on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I realize that some Republicans were hoping we would cut this process short, but I have no problem coming to the floor and having a lengthy discussion about Mr. Hegseth's nomination to be Defense Secretary. I am eager to talk about it.
All right, so that was earlier today. So that's another Democrat who's going to come out from West Virginia and talk about how Pete is whatever. So we'll come back. We'll keep our eye on that one and see if anything interesting, where are the Republicans, by the way? Are there Republicans who are going to come out and defend this guy? Can somebody come out and please intersperse themselves with Democrats? We've just been hearing Democrats here today. When we got on, it was Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Then we just finished up with that other guy. Then we had Craps, whatever, Senator Schatz from Hawaii, whatever his name was. And where are the Republicans? Are they going to come out and say anything useful or not? All right, we'll keep our eye on that one. Now, we've got some other things to talk about. President Trump is now rebuilding America, going to North Carolina and to California in a way that Joe Biden never did. Not only did he not care about America, but he literally didn't travel this way, which is on the big boy steps on Air Force One. It's nice to see those puppies back out again. The crew was like, we get to use the big one? You're kidding. This is fun. They like driving that one. But they had to exercise the pistons because they hadn't been used in a few years. So they got the old big one out, and President Trump and Melania made their way into Asheville. Here's what the arrival looked like. Looking good, Mr. President. What's up, Melania? So he'll take some questions here in a minute. We'll listen in. Turn down some of that airplane noise till they get over here. He'll come join us. All right, here they come. Should we go talk to the media? Yeah, we better. All right, let's go.
Thank you very much. Everybody thought I was going to California. I said, no, I'm stopping in North Carolina first because they've been abused by what's happened. I mean, it's terrible.
True.
It should have been done. It should have been, a lot of things should have happened that didn't happen. So we're here. We're going to fix it out. We're working with the gentleman behind me, and you know who they are, and we're going to fix it. And we're going to fix it as fast as you can. It's a massive amount of damage. FEMA has really let us down, let the country down, and I don't know if that's Biden's fault or whose fault it is, but we're going to take over and we're going to do a good job. We're going to assign Mr. Whatley, who's fantastic, frankly, and the governor and everybody else that's going to work. We're going to supply the money, supply a lot of the money. Maybe you have to chip in something. You'll chip in a little something, like maybe 25% or whatever. But we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. And we want to take care of the people of North Carolina. It's so interesting. Everybody's talking about California, and that's a mess. But I said, I'm not going to California until I stop in North Carolina. So here we are. We're going to go visit the site, and we're going to work with probably 3 of the congressmen, Republican congressmen, who've been fantastic, whose areas have been affected, and with Michael Whatley, the governor, and whoever else is, we decide to get involved. Probably less FEMA, because FEMA just hasn't done the job. And we're looking at the whole concept of FEMA. I like, frankly, the concept when North Carolina gets hit, the governor takes care of it. When Florida gets hit, the governor takes care of it, meaning the state takes care of it. To have a group of people come in from an area that don't even know where they're going in order to solve immediately a problem is something that never worked for me.
Bye-bye,
this
FEMA?
is probably one of the best examples of it not working. And there's been some others, like in Louisiana, etc. So we're going to be doing something on FEMA that I think most people agree. I'd like to see the states take care of disasters. Let the state take care of the tornadoes and the hurricanes and all of the other things that happen. And I think you're going to find it a lot less expensive. You'll do it for less than half, and you're going to get a lot quicker response. So that seems to be the recommendation, but we'll be making that recommendation over the next couple of weeks.
When's the last time you heard FEMA do a bang-up job? Like, wow, they came in, there was a set of fires, and they just put them out, no problem at all. Like, Maui was solved instantly. California, amazing. North Carolina, incredible. New Orleans, outstanding. No, most of the good results that we've seen have generally come from governors, like we saw from Ron DeSantis when Florida got hit. And so let me pause just briefly just to show you who came up. Oh, it's Pencil. Let's listen to what he says very quickly.
Counting on us to guide the Pentagon through times of war
live.
or peace. They need and deserve a Secretary of Defense who is a person of considerable experience and can run a mammoth agency, who has exhibited good judgment, who is a person of good character, who appreciates
totally
the role
different
of women
than you
in the military, in and out of combat, and who they can look on in confidence to guide us through some of the most difficult and complex national security threats
Where are the
we have
Republicans?
ever faced. And while I greatly respect his time in the service, regrettably, that person is not Pete Hegseth. This is no minor or ceremonial position. The Secretary of Defense is responsible for nearly a...
All right, this guy's the worst. He can't talk about the sacred institutions, okay? He's turned them into his own little private intelligence agency to try to take out his political opponents, and he got called out on that. Unfortunately, Californians love that. Californians love corrupt people, and they keep voting for Newsom and Pencil Neck. But here's Trump.
We're going to go to the site now, and we're going to figure out a plan for really demolition and cleaning, because not a lot's been done, and we're very disappointed in the Biden administration, but we're going to make up for lost time. And I said I'd do that, and this is about the earliest we could possibly be here, and we're honored to be here. This has been a great state. They're great people, and they've really been mishandled. But it's all, this group is going to be great, and we're going to get it taken care of. Any questions?
How will you respond? Do you expect to ask Congress for additional aid for North Carolina and California?
It will be direct. In other words, the aid will go through us. So rather than going through FEMA, it will go through us. And I think maybe this is a good place to start.
Interesting.
Because, and in all fairness to the governor, and in all fairness to everybody else, FEMA was not on the ball. And we're going to turn it all around. Yes.
A lot of Americans think that this is symbolic of what your campaign was all about. America first, putting your priorities to Americans. Even going to California, where their policies might have been one of the biggest reasons why they've had these problems. But you're putting the American people first. Your thoughts on that?
We are. Thank you. I like that question.
Great
Boy,
question.
I want more questions like that. That's even a statement. Thank you very much. He's a good man, that guy. And he's also a very professional reporter, I have to say. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're putting America first. We're putting, in this case, North Carolina and California. We're going to do a good job in California. That is a disaster.
That's the kind of question that the Democrats normally get, okay? Like, that's what Joe Biden got for 4 years. Why is your Ukraine policy so incredible? And why is it going to save America? You know, that type of crap. Amazing. So they're just getting a little taste of their own medicine. And it was a good question. Like, you're going to go to California and you're going to help these people who keep voting for Pencil Neck Schiff, who's testifying right now about Hegseth, can't even defend his own state against wildfires, and he's going to be screaming about Pete Hegseth. Anyways, so Trump continues.
I don't know if we've ever seen anything like it, frankly. They say the biggest in the history of California. I think, has anything bigger than that happened in the whole country ever? It looks like, I don't want to say what it looks like, but you know what I'm going to say. It looks like something hit it, and we won't talk about what hit it, but it is a bad, bad situation. And I guess I'm going to meet with some government officials.
What hit it?
But, I mean, much more importantly, and in California, just to revert to it for a second, millions of gallons of water are waiting to be poured down through already the half pipes that are already built. I mean, they've been up for 40 years. And about 20 years ago, they turned off the water. And it's the water that comes from the Pacific Northwest. Some of it comes out of Canada, and it flows there, and it probably has flowed there for 1 million years. And they turned it off and they routed out to the Pacific. And in the meantime, you don't have water in the hydrants, you don't have water in the sprinkler systems. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And everyone's trying to figure out why aren't they turning it back. They say it's the Delta smelt, it's a fish, but I find that hard to believe. But we'll figure it out. And without doing that, you're going to continue to have problems.
Mr. President, what are you prepared to do, sir, if OPEC doesn't respond to your call to cut oil prices?
Well, we want to see OPEC cut the price of oil, and that will automatically stop the tragedy that's taking place in Ukraine. It's a butchering tragedy for both sides, by the way. A tremendous number of Russian soldiers are dead, tremendous number of Ukrainian soldiers, and a lot of people are dead from the bombing of the cities. But right now it's just bullets whacking and hitting men, mostly men, almost in all cases men. And over 1 million men are killed, and they're losing thousands of people a week. It's crazy. It's a crazy war, and it never would have happened if I was president. Would never have happened. This is crazy that it happened, but we want to stop it. Now, one way to stop it quickly is for OPEC to stop making so much money and to drop the price of oil, because they have it nice and high. And if you have it high, that war's not going to end so easily. So OPEC ought to get on the ball, and they ought to drop the price of oil, and that war will stop right away.
Mr. President, funding to Los Angeles because of its sanctuary city policy?
I want to see two things in Los Angeles: voter ID, so that the people have a chance to vote, and I want to see the water be released and come down into Los Angeles and throughout the state. Those are the two things. After that, I will be the greatest president that California has ever seen. I want the water to come down and come down to Los Angeles, and also go out to all the farmland that's barren and dry. You know, they have land that they say is the equivalent of the land in Iowa, which is about as good as there is anywhere on earth. The problem is it's artificial, because they artificially stop the water from going onto the land. So I want two things. I want voter ID for the people of California, and they all want it. Right now you don't have voter ID. People want to have voter identification. You want to have proof of citizenship. Ideally, you have one-day voting, but I just want voter ID as a start, and I want the water to be released, and they're going to get a lot of help from the U.S. Thank you very much. I'll see you in a little while. We'll see you at the site. We'll see you at the site.
About the deportation flights, where are they going from? Where are they going to?
Deportation's going very well. We're getting the bad, hard criminals out. These are murderers. These are people that have been as bad as you get, as bad as anybody you've seen. We're taking them out first. Thank you.
Afuera. That's right, Mr. President. So interesting things he said in that one. And I'm always curious about those little phrases that he uses. Oh, we're not going to talk about what hit California. You know, big, it's bad what hit it, but it's bad. Well, we're not going to talk about what hit it. What does that mean? You mean the fires that were just naturally started by Mother Nature? Whatever happened because of global warming? Okay, so that's a curious one. Does not like FEMA at all. FEMA, it looks like they're on the chopping block, which, as far as we can tell, is good news. Another useless federal agency that is universally criticized every single time we have some sort of a crisis. So president traveling around. He also spent some time speaking with families who were actually impacted. Dan Scavino posted this one, shared this, says President Trump and First Lady Melania arrive in North Carolina at a private residence affected by Hurricane Helene months later.
Mr. President, this is the West family.
Nice to see him out and about along with Melania. And so after a little bit of that, they did have a full press briefing. And so we'll listen into that one while we're keeping our eye on the Hegseth stuff. But as it stands right now, it's still pencil neck. And they must have as much time as they want, essentially. Here is what he's saying.
In the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East have shown We need to bring about urgent reforms if we are to produce the platforms, weapons, and ammunition necessary to supply our partners with the tools that they need to fight and win. So long as our enemies test the dearness of our beliefs with fire and steel, we must ensure that our military remains the best equipped, best prepared fighting force in the world.
What? We saw who you put in charge of the military last time there, Pencil. So he's going to continue to meander on in his written statement that he's reading for the empty room. Let's see what the president said with other people in North Carolina at this emergency responders briefing in North Carolina.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please. Hi, Virginia. Well, thank you very much. It's a little cold outside, but you're getting used to the cold. And one of the things that are very important to me, and one of the reasons I'm happy that we won so convincingly, is to help North Carolina get fixed up. They supported us in record numbers. And I'm supporting them in record numbers, too. And they had me set. I wanted to go to Los Angeles and see what was going on with California, why they aren't releasing the water. Millions and millions of gallons of water. They're sending it out to the Pacific. Someday somebody's going to explain that one. In the meantime, they have no water in Los Angeles where they had the problems. So we're going there. But I said, well, what about North Carolina? Well, you could do that. No, I can't. I said, we're stopping in North Carolina first, and then we're going to Los Angeles. And we just appreciate the outpouring of love that we've had here. Laura was, as you know, very instrumental in the campaign, and she lived here and is loved, and we appreciate it. And Michael Whatley has been incredible, wherever Michael is. Hello, Michael. Michael Whatley has been great, and your congressmen have been great. And what we thought we'd do is take a quick look around. First, we wanted to do this. I want to say that we're very disappointed in FEMA. Your new governor, it's not his fault. He's brand new to the whole situation. But we're going to work together with the governor. We're going to work together with the senators. But really, we're going to work a lot with your congressmen, especially the three that are in the area, and Michael Whatley. And I'd like to put Michael in charge of making sure everything goes well. And Franklin Graham has been unbelievable. We've made a big contribution to Franklin, and we'll continue to do so. But I've been hearing nothing but praise for the job that Samaritan's Purse has done with Franklin. And we appreciate it. Where is Franklin? He's around here someplace. And that good-looking guy, he's always been a good-looking guy. His father was a good-looking guy, too, I'll tell you. We loved his father, right? I saw his father in the latter years, and I said, well, he doesn't have long to go. He was having a hard time, and he lived about 3 or 4 years after that, right? They say it was good stock. He had the ultimate good stock. But I want to thank you, Franklin. You've been fantastic here, and everywhere he goes, he's always the first one I see. People don't realize it, how good it is. A lot of people, they go, well, maybe it's for the people that he's got, and you guys know because you're here, but the people that he's got have done amazing work. So I just want to thank everybody. We're going to get over and take a look. We'll say a few words. I do want to introduce some of the people that we have, and our First Lady. We'll start with our First Lady. She wanted to be here because of North Carolina, and then I said, well, you can do that, but you'd have to come to California, too. And she said, that's okay. And we got to fix that one up, too. You ever see anything like that one?
California, fine.
Who would have thought that could have happened? So, Governor Josh Stein, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we're going to have a very long and good relationship. Representatives, maybe stand up if you would so the press can see. Representatives Chuck Edwards. Chuck, thank you. Thank you, Chuck. Tim Moore. Virginia, you know Virginia Fox, a legend. She is such a powerful woman. Pat Harrigan. Pat, thank you very much. Your Agriculture Commissioner, who I hear is excellent, Steve Troxler. Steve, thank you very much. Good job, Steve. You got plenty to do, right? Huh? More than you ever thought. North Carolina Speaker Dustin Hall. Thank you, Dustin. Thanks, Dustin. Very good. House Majority Leader Brendan Jones. Brendan, thank you very much. We're making progress, Brendan. State Representatives Dudley Green, Carl Gillespie. Thank you very much, fellas. Good. Good. Thank you very much. State Senators Kevin Corbin, Warren Daniel. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin, Warren. And County Commissioner Jennifer Best. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. So Hurricane Helene was one of the worst natural disasters in America.
So here, let's pause for just a quick minute. Pencil neck just wrapped up over there. And let's see if there's anybody else who's going to be coming back out for Pete Hegseth in a minute. This is live in the Senate. And is that Joni Ernst who's up there leading it? So it's 6:05 Eastern time right now. They're saying about 3 hours from now is when the final vote is scheduled for Hegseth. So far, it's been a bunch of Democrats here. We've had Schiff and Mark Kelly and Schatz and someone else. All a bunch of Democrats. So looks like the room is empty. They're just kind of filling some space. All right, so we'll keep our eye on that one. Just wanted to pause, let you know that's where we were while the president was transitioning there. Here is Trump.
American history, it was far worse than it was even billed. I have never seen such water damage. It was largely water damage, wind damage, but water damage nobody's ever seen. I've been here, as you know, numerous times, but now I'm here in a position where we can do something, meaning I've been in office for 4 days. And I wanted to come sooner, but actually they had a little problem with getting logistically in here, but I would have been here even sooner. 104 North Carolinians have lost their lives. Is that now a fairly firm number, or are they still finding people? You know, what do you think? They're still finding people? Pretty much okay? It's a lot of people. 104 people lost their lives. 73,000 homes were severely damaged or destroyed. And I'll tell you, I've been to a lot of them, and this was like lots of hurricanes in one. I've never seen such damage done by water. And the water came, it was violent, and it left, and there was like nothing left. It's really pretty amazing. At one point, half of the emergency calls to FEMA went unanswered. That's real bad. FEMA was not doing their job. The city of Asheville went without running water for 2 months. A whistleblower testified that some FEMA employees refused to help people who displayed Trump signs on their property. I think that's true, isn't it? I read that. It's not nice. That's not too nice, is it? But whoever those property people were, thank you very much. Michael, is that true? That's not good, huh? About the property owners you put a Trump sign on and they wouldn't help? FEMA. Earlier this year, FEMA kicked 2,000 North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into below freezing temperatures. What was that all about? You know about that? What happened? Tell me.
We had an incompetent administration under Biden, and we had a disaster, and we call it the disaster after the disaster. That was the FEMA response.
You had nothing but disaster since then. It doesn't matter at this point. Biden did a bad job. Some residents still don't have hot water, drinking water, or anything else, and many of them don't have quarters. They don't have anything. They got a stipend for what they lost, and we're going to take care of it. This is totally unacceptable, and I'll be taking strong action to get North Carolina the support that you need to quickly recover and rebuild. We're working on it very hard, and I think if Michael Whatley does half as good a job for North Carolina as he did for my campaign, we'll be very happy. Him and Laura were a very powerful team. So you think you can handle it, Michael? I don't know. I'm not sure, Michael. I think this is maybe in many ways easier.
All right. So the president is also now
But you're going to lead the
arriving in California. So that is live. And let's jump over there and see what's happening, because he's wrapping up in North Carolina in this clip, but he's now appearing with Newsom. Oh. Little side kiss there with Melania. All right, here we go.
Hello, everybody. So we just left North Carolina a little while ago. We have that in very good shape. We have the congressman in charge and Michael Watley, and we're going to do a lot of work. We have the Army Corps of Engineers working as they are here. And I think you're going to see some very big progress. They left them high and dry. And now we're going to be taking a little tour with some of the people from the area. I appreciate the governor coming out and meeting me, Kevin. Thank you very much. And we'll be talking a little bit. We want to get it fixed. We want to get the problem fixed. And there'll be some ways, but it's like you got hit by a bomb, right?
Yeah.
Like you got hit by a bomb. Would you like to say something?
Most importantly, thank you for being here. It means a great deal to all of us, not just the folks in Palisades, the folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID. I don't forget that. And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
We will. We got to get it done. Tremendous numbers of lives have been affected. A lot of real estate's been affected. Nobody's ever probably seen anything like this. You can almost say since the Second World War, when you think of it. I mean, nothing like this has happened. And we're going to get it fixed, so we'll get it permanently fixed, so it can't happen again. And again, we'll be talking a little bit later, and we'll get it worked out, okay?
I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Both of you have disagreed a lot over the past week over what has happened in this state. How do you plan to
We got to
put your
get it
differences
finished.
aside?
We're looking to get something completed. And the way you get it completed is to work together. He's the governor of the state. And we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help. Unless you don't need any, which should be okay.
We're going to need a lot of federal help.
So we're going to take care
know.
of things. Okay?
I have all the confidence in the world we'll work that out.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I guess some of you are coming with us, and some of you not. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll see you.
All right. So they're going to go do a little tour. Of the fire damaged area. And you can see all the cables are covering it right now. They just all covered that too. Here, let me pull that up. All four of them are on that. Although this one's kind of cool too. What's going on over here? A little behind the scenes in the tarmac.
They haven't got to the chopper yet.
Fox News crew. All right, running around the tarmac over there. Let's see what the cables are saying right now.
private conversation, some of those things that did not just come up publicly will come up about water issues, also, you know, whether or not certain conditions might be attached to any aid that comes out. Those are the more complex questions yet to be sorted through.
Leslie, you live out there. You were affected directly. You know a lot of people who...
Okay, check this out on Fox. So they're running over, like, these are the media planes, looks like. So they're taking us on the media plane right now. This is the Fox News reporter. This is kind of cool. We're going on a helicopter ride, my friends. Over from Fox. Get on the chopper. All right, so... And... we're going dark. We're on the airplane, my friends. All right, so we'll keep our eye on that. We're also trying to pay attention to what's happening with Hegseth. Not much is happening there right now. Pretty quiet. They're not going to be coming back until 9 p.m. Eastern for a vote. Still have not seen anything from any Republicans on this. But let's jump back and we'll catch up with the rest of the Trump North Carolina hearing. And I want to just basically jump into his questions. Let's see if he starts taking some questions, because that's when things get a little interesting. So let's jump back on this one, and we'll see if we get anything in the Senate.
Was the one that was most severely affected. But North Carolina is going to come back bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And you're going to be very thankful. And you've already seen, I know that it really began 4 days ago, but you've already seen more action than you have in the last 3 months. And we're going to get it together. We're informing the Army Corps of Engineers to get going because you have a lot of river breaks and a lot of areas that you're going to need some pretty big work. And they're on their way. They're going to be working much harder than they've been working in the past, and we're going to take care of it. Any questions from the press of any of the congressman, governor, anybody?
Sir, you decided to executive order on FEMA, get rid of it. Can you say more about signing an executive order to get rid of FEMA, please?
FEMA has been a very big disappointment. They cost a tremendous amount of money. It's very bureaucratic, and it's very slow. Other than that, we're very happy with them. Okay, and I think when there's a problem with the state, I think that problem should be taken care of by the state. That's what we have states for. They take care of problems. And a governor can handle something very quickly. You know, one of the things I've noticed, because I've been doing this for a while, and we had a pretty good FEMA, but I also noticed that when they come, they end up in arguments. They're fighting all the time over who does what. It's just not a good system. This system is so beautifully designed over 250 years approximately, you know, and we'll soon be celebrating the 250th year. It's going to be a very big celebration. But it's been designed very well, and we're going to leave it that way. When North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, when everybody knows the governor of Tennessee, I think, everybody? Do you know everybody here, pretty much? I never thought of it, but you're right over the ridge.
Right over the
so you're here to help. That's great.
The people in this region, including
bracket of it. First,
the people of Appalachia are grateful that you are here and that you haven't forgotten it. And there are other disasters, but this one was enormous for both North Carolina and Tennessee. So thank you.
You know, I've seen a lot of disasters. When I came here right after, the day after. And when I came here, I couldn't believe it, actually. I couldn't believe the damage. And I've seen a lot of them. This was more like a tornado than it was what we witnessed. So we're going to get it very much taken care of. Good job. That's nice that you came. And so you call it you're right over the ridge, right, Tennessee?
Over the ridge, yes.
I like Tennessee, too. Let's see, where did I get more votes, Tennessee or North Carolina? I hate to tell you, North Carolina, it was Tennessee.
There's one of the counties in this disaster that at 88% for you. So
88%, yeah, no, it's the people are just incredible people. Yeah. So, do you have any questions, press?
President, you talked about conditions being placed on aid to California, voter ID and the like. Are there any conditions that you're going to put on aid to North Carolina?
We're going to do a lot for North Carolina. You know, they've been very slow. I don't know why it's been so bad. This has been one of the worst I've seen. Katrina, of course, you know, was something that obviously that was a long time ago. That was not good. But this has been very slow. I don't know if that was for political reasons because they lost the state. You know, Biden lost the state. Maybe he felt he doesn't care. Maybe there were other reasons. I don't know. But this has been very slow. By any standard, this has been very slow. And we're gonna make up for lost time.
No conditions you're going to push for aid.
Well, in California, I have a condition. In California, we want them to have voter ID so the people have a voice, because right now the people don't have a voice.
California is going to go red.
And it's very corrupt.
If they actually count
we
them.
also want them to release the water. If they released the water, they wouldn't have had a problem. If they released the water when I told them to, because I told them to do it 7 years ago, if they would have done it, you wouldn't have had the problem that you had. You might not have even had a fire. So, but here I don't have that. It's a different thing. You got hit by a storm. The people are incredible. They worked really well. Franklin was fantastic, and other groups. By the way, other groups came in that were also fantastic. And other states came in, Tennessee and a couple of others came in, and they really helped. That's the way it's supposed to be. No, this is a different kind of a thing.
Have you decided how much funding you would allocate for disaster relief?
About what?
Have you decided how much funding you would allocate for disaster relief?
I haven't just. I have to see what it is.
How much money?
Are you disappointed that Senator Schiff hasn't joined you on this trip? It's reported he invited Senator Schiff to join you on this trip, and he was too busy.
Pencil neck.
I don't know. I was told that Schiff was going to travel with us to California. I wasn't thrilled, to be honest with you. And I saw him last night on television. It looks like he got hit with a baseball bat or something. What happened to him?
He had a little thing
Something
on
happened to him. It looked like he got hit. It looked like he got beat around. But I'll ask Caroline to find out what happened to him. No, if he wanted to come out, I would have done that. But I don't know. Somebody said that he wanted to come on the plane, but I think he's staying back for the votes. There's some pretty good votes going on. Yeah.
President, what is your timeline for getting rid of FEMA?
Real quick, here is the Adam Schiff bit that he's talking about. So Schiff, I don't know what happened to Schiff, but he got a little cut on his forehead. So here's what it looks like. And by the way, this is where Trump is going down here in this little window, his picture-in-picture. Trump just met with Gavin. He's flying over. He'll be at this press briefing here in a minute. And so we'll just keep that live as we continue to parse through and see what the Senate is doing with Hegseth. So a bunch of stuff is happening right now. Senate still not doing anything, all quiet over there. But here's Pencil Neck. What's on his forehead here? What happened here? I mean, we all get little blemishes and stuff. Is he covering up a little pimple? We've got, those pop up from time to time. Only so much you can do about it. Or is there something else going on? Did he get hit with a baseball bat like Trump said? Here was Schiff's little explanation.
So the president issued a number of executive orders last night. Let's break it down. But before I do, banged my head, really dumb. Anyway, clumsy. So what did the president do in these executive?
Banged your head, huh? You banged your head. You're very clumsy. Like what? On someone's fist? Schiff? Very curious. Or maybe he just hit a cabinet. Who knows? But all right, so that is what Schiff is looking like. That's what President Trump was referencing.
For this one.
You just talked about possibly getting rid of FEMA. What timeline are you looking at, and how would you do that?
Well, we're looking here. Here you're talking about. To start, we're going to start. It looked like he got beat around, but I'll ask Caroline to find out. For this one. You just
talked about possibly getting rid of FEMA. What timeline are you looking at, and how would you do that?
Well, we're looking here. Here you're talking about. To start, we're going to start immediately timeline, and to finish, it's going to be a period of time. People are also rebuilding their houses. How long does it take to build a house, right? It takes a time. And I want them to build houses bigger, better, nicer than they had before, so they can have, at least they get something out of this disaster. This was a real disaster. No, timeline will be fast. In terms of infrastructure, I think very fast. I want to thank Elon because Elon was able to get us communication systems, as you know, Starlink. We had no communication. The first day I got here, I was asked by one of the people, one of the really great representatives, professionals, that is there any way you could get Starlink here, because they had no communication whatsoever. And I called up Elon Musk, and he had, hundreds of units brought here, brought immediately. And it's hard to get. They couldn't get them before. And that made a lot of difference.
Thank you,
I think
Elon.
It saved a lot of lives, actually. Yeah. Infrastructure-wise, we'll do it quickly.
Sir, can you just talk about how long you think it might take to get rid of FEMA? What's the timeline on that? We're going to roll it back.
Yeah, I would say, look, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not really thinking about FEMA right now here. I'm thinking about Michael Watley, and I'm thinking about the 3 Congress people that you just heard from, and also the other people in Congress, and they'll be working with the governor. They'll be working with the governor, so that's what I see.
Change the subject real quickly. The Laken Riley Act was signed by Mike Speaker Johnson yesterday.
Right.
When do you anticipate to sign that into
Well,
office?
we're honored by that. Laken Riley, I was there at the time, and we had a big meeting with the parents right after that horrible thing took place. And we have an act. You all know what that act represents. And it was a bipartisan bill. Many Democrats signed onto it. That's something that is a tribute to Laken, a beautiful young lady who was killed viciously by an illegal alien. And we passed a very powerful bill, and it was just approved, and we'll have a ceremony sometime very shortly. I'll be signing it. In other words, if you're asking, I will definitely be signing it. Okay? Yeah.
Mr. President, the security detail for Anthony Fauci was terminated last night.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you have any comment
About what?
The security detail for Anthony Fauci was terminated last night, sir. Do you have a comment?
No, I think, when you work for government, at some point your security detail comes off.
Yeah, enough already.
And, you can't have them forever. So I think it's very standard. If it would be for somebody else, you wouldn't be asking the question. The question is very fair. But, you work for government. We took some off, other people too. But you can't have a security detail for the rest of your life because you work for government. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Do you feel partially responsible if something were to happen to, say, Dr. Fauci
No.
or John Bolton?
No.
Would you feel responsible?
They all made a lot of money. They can hire their own security.
Yeah,
too.
that's right.
All the people you're talking about, they can go out. I can give them some good numbers of very good security people. They can hire their own security. They all made a lot of money.
They're adults. They're big men.
Fauci
and
made
women.
a lot of money.
Yeah.
They all did. So if they, felt that strongly, I think that certainly I would not take responsibility.
North Carolina is a state that relies on trade and manufacturing. Are you going to have an announcement on new tariffs coming soon? Is there a timeline now?
Yeah, the tariffs are going to make our country rich. We're going to be a rich, rich country very soon. Tariffs are going to make it rich, and competence. We have common sense, competence, and tariffs. The word tariff is one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary.
Jonathan Reynolds, the business secretary of the United Kingdom, said that there's an even trade between the U.S. and the U.K., so they shouldn't have tariffs. Does trade imbalances or a balanced trade affect tariffs and your decisions?
Yeah, unbalanced and balanced, and also deficits. Like with Canada, we lose $200 billion a year with Canada. That's because we allow them to make cars. We allow them to take lumber. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their food products because we make the same products right on the other side of the border. It's sort of crazy. So we've just allowed that, bad management has allowed it over the last 4 years in particular to become very imbalanced. And I said I call him Governor Trudeau, but he's Prime Minister Trudeau when he was Prime Minister. I asked him, why would we do that? Why? And he was unable to give me an answer. He said, I don't know.
Because it's good for us and we want you to?
Do you think it's fair that we're paying $200 billion to keep Canada going? And what would happen, I asked him, what would happen if we didn't do that, if we didn't subsidize Canada? He said, we'd be a failed nation. And I said, then you should be a state. Because why are we paying all of that money to Canada when, we could use it ourselves, right? So We take care of their military. You know, we're going to order about 40 Coast Guard big icebreakers, big ones. And all of a sudden, Canada wants a piece of the deal. They say, why are we doing that? I mean, I like doing that if they're a state, but I don't like doing that if they're a nation. Also, they've been very nasty to us on trade. Historically, Canada has been very, very bad to us, very unfair to us on trade. So we'll see how it all works out. I would love to see Canada be the 51st state. The Canadian citizens, if that happened, would get a very big tax cut, tremendous tax cut, because they're very highly taxed. And you wouldn't have to worry about military. You wouldn't have to worry about many of the things. You'd have better health coverage. You'd have much better health coverage. So I think the people of Canada would like it, you know, if it's explained. But just to start off, they'd have a massive tax cut, and they'd have a lot more business, because then we'd let business go to Canada routinely, and there'd be no tariffs. You know, if we did that, there'd be no tariffs.
The United Kingdom might be in a better spot then.
Reverend Franklin Graham has been a great asset to the state. Talk a little bit about the way the Samaritan Purse has helped North Carolina.
Yeah, say once again, the first
Reverend Franklin Graham has been a big part of Samaritan Purse and their aid to North Carolina. Just want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, Franklin Graham has been a big asset to the state. His father was a big asset to the state, to the country, both of them. I just think this. I think Franklin and other people that are doing what Franklin have done. But I've known Franklin so long. He was at the inauguration. He made a speech, beautiful prayer. He does a great job. And we made a big donation, and it was money well spent. Sometimes you make donations, it's not well spent. He's done a great job here. He's done a really great job. So I want to thank you. We're going to the site now, and one of the sites, and I think for those that haven't seen it, you won't even believe it, but not enough work was done. We'll get it done fast. And I can speak for the Republican congressman. We're going to knock it out, right? We're going to knock it out. And I think we take it very personally, because North Carolina was very unfairly treated, very, very unfairly treated. And it was obvious. It was too obvious. And we're going to make up for lost time. So thank you to the people of North Carolina. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, crap. All right, so that was in Asheville, North Carolina. Then he got in an airplane and traveled over to California. We just saw that, and now we're waiting for the president to arrive at this location. So he's got 2 states, 2 disasters he's got to clean up from Joe Biden's crap FEMA and from Gavin Newsom's Disasterville. So you can see, looks like the room's getting a little bit more full. There's a surfboard. I guess it's California, so tubular dude or whatever. So they're going to be there any minute. And while we're waiting for the president to enter the room over there, let's keep moving forward, because we got some other stuff that was happening out and about. And so while we're here, let's talk about the border, because Mexico is now scrambling to build tents. These deportations are happening rapidly, and they got to find some places to put these folks. Fox has a little bit of a report there for us. We'll check it out. But here's the story. It tells us that they're now building large encampments. Oh, how's it feel in Ciudad Juarez to receive an unexpected influx of people being deported? Tent shelters are made to temporarily hold thousands of people, and they're just throwing them up right now. Remember when we had to do this multiple times? It's unprecedented, like Han said. No, we had to get them all here in the first place, okay? There's precedent when they came here. How do we build shelter and reception centers for all these people? It's a nightmare. Authorities at the site, remember the Haitian migrants under the bridge? Remember the fake lasso, lariat, whipping story? All of it. Authorities at the site will reportedly provide deported Mexicans with food, temporary housing, medical care, and assistance in obtaining ID and documents. The government will also provide transportation to nationals to go back to their hometowns. Trump campaigned on launching the largest mass deportation of illegal immigrants in history. Of course, that's happening now. Fox News found that in a 33-hour period, ICE arrested and detained more than 460 illegal immigrants. 33 hours. Nice job, fellas. And with a lot of criminal history, including assault, robbery, burglary, aggravated assault, drugs, weapon offenses, resisting arrest, and more. Agents arrested come from all sorts of different places. Angola, Afghanistan, great. Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Dominican Republic, and many other nations. So they're building out facilities as we speak. And let's see what they were saying about this on this report from Fox.
We bring you more breaking news this hour. A U.S. official telling Fox News that the Pentagon will be sending 1,500 U.S. active duty troops to the southern border by the end of the month. Now, this will accompany the 2,500 troops already at the border. They were put there in March of 2024 by none other than the Biden administration. So this is adding to what is there. I'm sure this will be spun by the media as some sort of novel and extra constitutional act by current President Trump. But indeed, he is simply adding, Ben, to the troops that are already there from the Biden administration. And this comes with the context of that executive order with NORTHCOM reorienting.
All right, so they'll discuss it. Not much more to report on that, but interesting details. Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary for the president, posted these photos getting on board the airplanes and getting on out of the country. So you can see here's one scene, here's another scene. And I don't see AOC crying back here on the fences yet, but maybe she'll show up soon enough. So the deportations are happening. And what's curious about all this is Trump's approval numbers are up. People like him when he's actually solving problems for Americans. Here's what they were talking about over on CNN, confirming the same.
Look, the American people really like what they're seeing, at least compared to where Donald Trump started 8 years ago, right? All right, this is Donald Trump's net approval rating. This is Reuters Ipsos. It's among adults. It was taken the first few days of this administration. Look here. Back in January 2017, Donald Trump became the first president in history to start his presidency with a net negative approval rating. Look at where we are now in January 2025. Considerably better at plus 6 points. That's up 9 points. To borrow a Donald Trump phrase, this is big league. This is a sign that the American people, at least initially, like what they're seeing. And so you see right here, more Americans approve of Donald Trump's job than disapprove. And that is very much unlike what we saw 8 years ago.
So compare the rating now to the entire first term.
Yeah. So it's not just that he's doing better than where he was doing 8 years ago. It's that he's doing better than he ever did during his entire first administration. So I again looked
He never was over +3?
He was never over +3. The highest rating his highest ever net approval rating was +3 in March of...
Your choice of photo is quite
He likes
amazing.
what he's seeing. He's smirking at the American media.
He just doesn't like you.
Maybe not, although he should like these numbers and the way I'm presenting them. You look at January 2025, look at that. Again, you get +6. So Donald Trump isn't just in a better position than he was 8 years ago at this point. He's in a better position than he was at any point during his entire first term. Things have very much turned around. This is a very different Donald Trump. He's leading a very different administration the way he's attacking things. And the American public is very much more in line with him than they were at any point during his entire first term.
Well, I would say, correction, this is not a very different Donald Trump. This is a very different Donald Trump as being viewed by voters in this
In the way he's going about things with Susan Wiles leading things. I think he is, going at things in a much less disorganized fashion, much more organized.
Take me back in history.
Take you back in history. So it was so interesting to me that Donald Trump's first net approval rating of his second term is higher than his entire first term. And I was interested, has that ever happened? Has the second term net approval rating in the first month, have you ever had a higher rating than any net approval rating during the entire first term? Donald Trump is the only...
I have a really hard time believing this.
This is 100% true. I went back. I love spreadsheets. Donald Trump's is the first guy ever whose net approval rating in the first month of his second term is higher than any rating that he had in an entire first term, Kate Baldwin. This is true. I don't make stuff up. The numbers are the numbers.
I believe you in nothing except when you have it in the wall. And
the numbers? Is that how he said that phrase? All right, so Karen Bass just walked in there into the press briefing as the president is surveying the wildfires. So we've got some people who are showing up now. I still think that the president might be a little bit, maybe another 20, 30 minutes or so. We'll see. But apparently he's also flying around the state at the moment, surveying the damage. Oh, there's Ted Lieu. Ted Lieu's there too. Oh, a bunch of Democrat Congress people are there. And who is that guy? I think I just saw a post from that guy. Let me see if I can dig this post up from that fella. I thought I saved this one. But this was a curious one because I think he's playing dumb all of a sudden. What was his name? Did I save this? Apologies. Must scroll faster. Must scroll faster. Nothing popping up. There it is. Darrell Issa. Is that him? I think it is him. Darrell Issa. So, yeah, that looks like him. California. Congressman from California. Yeah, he's there. Okay. So I think it's that guy right there. That's Ted Lieu, who's always posting weird things because he's a weird dude. And so he's there. But Darrell posted this. Look at this. I've seen enough. I like this so that it got a little more play. You should like it too. I'm calling for a congressional investigation of the White House staff, elected Democrats, and mainstream media who knew about Joe Biden's decline and covered it up for the American people. We've been lied to long enough. He posted that on January 23rd yesterday. Hilarious. What? You just discovered it? Like you've just seen enough? He lost the election, dude. Like the game's over. It's like you lose the game. You're in a match. You lose by 40 points. All right, we better change our strategy now. Figure out what happened. Great job, Darrell. Why did it take you so long to figure this out? We all knew it from the very beginning. In fact, you got him elected on that basis. And so the Republicans are on this side. That's Kiley, I think is his name. Not that guy, the guy to his left. So the whole room will be there. It's going to be fun to watch Trump walk in there and just dump on everyone. But Darrell Issa wants some accountability now all of a sudden. And I also saw a post from him. I think his name is what? Ken Kiley? That guy? Let's see if we can grab something from him. I feel like that was his name, something like that. No, it's not it. All right. So anyways, we've got that coming up. We'll keep our eye on what's happening there with Pencil Neck and his busted forehead. What happened there, you think? You think it was a cabinet? He opened up the cabinet to put away his adrenochrome and popped his head? Something like that? Who knows? All right, so we'll keep our eye on that one. But in the meantime, this is a public service announcement for any liberal parents who are watching this show and have kids who have joined MAGA. There's a self-help group that looks like it's formulating for you folks. And you can go read this full article at the New York Times because they've put together a compendium for what happens when your son goes MAGA. Oh, no. What do? Some liberal parents are facing this new challenge. And so this came out before the inauguration. But it says, it's easy for Alex Beer to gush about her son. Eli. Shout out to Eli. Generous, thoughtful, college junior who had a serious skateboarding phase. Okay. But it's much harder for her to talk about his politics because she hates his guts, her own son. Miss Bear, who's 59, is a Democrat in Portland, Oregon, voted enthusiastically for Kama Blah. She and her ex-husband were appalled that her son, age 20, shout out to Eli, decided to cast his first vote in a presidential election for President Trump. When Eli brought home a Make America Great Again hat, they freaked out. Miss Beer threw it into the corner of his bedroom because his mom is mental. She went nuts. What is it in my house? Okay, most moms will freak out if you bring like a pornographic magazine home or if you bring some drugs, some crack or something. but not a MAGA hat. They argued about guns and immigration or abortion, struggling to do so without permanently damaging their relationship because she's lost it. The mom went nuts. Facts don't matter to you, she said. He's an insurrectionist. Love you, son. Have a good day. No, she doesn't. Liberals are nuts. She probably, Anyways, a few months removed from Trump's victory, the two have arrived at an impasse. Ms. Beer worries her son is being swayed by conservative opinions that are fed to him on YouTube. Hey, Eli, if you're out there in the chat, let us know, brother. All right. Let us know. I hope you watch this show. And Instagram. Eli feels like he's simply learning to think for himself. You are. Your mom and your family were brainwashing you. Fortunately, you've escaped the matrix. He's not afraid to say what he thinks, Eli said. It seems like what he says is coming from him instead of coming from a big cabinet behind you telling you what to say. Talking about Trump, right? He's not afraid to say what he thinks. It's just him. He's not some manufactured bureaucrat that talks talking points. Mr. Trump has for nearly a decade been a source of political divides within families, cleaving new fault lines along the way. In 2016, young voters went to Hillary, blah, blah, blah. But this time around, there's a fresh wrinkle. Although young voters as a whole preferred Harris, I don't know, Trump secured a second term because of young men. That has, in some families, exposed a different dynamic. Liberal parents contending with their based, badass conservative kids. In one of several articles, The Cut interviewed Mrs. Clinton supporters. Some liberal parents aren't so sure they should try to intervene. Yeah, don't. Plenty see their son's embrace of Mr. Trump as an expected act of rebellion. No. You know what the act of rebellion is? Letting you people run the country. It's been a disaster. Or a choice made by an independent young adult that they should respect. Now, for others, it has felt like a painful rejection of the values that they've tried to indoctrinate their kids with. Mom said, I've had to do a lot of soul searching and reading about it to not feel like I failed as a mom. Your kid's going to be a much happier, healthier, richer, more successful person who adopted Eli from China. The dude's from China? This is great. When he was 10 months old. In a tearful therapy session, she has come to believe that she's like, oh, he'll definitely be a good communist. He's from China. No, dude's based. In tearful therapy sessions, she has come to believe that pressuring her son to share her views is only making him more entrenched. Over a Christmas break, the pair watched The Godfather 2. It didn't talk about politics. They're trying to figure it out. Eli said, well, I love my mom. I mean, I don't wear my MAGA hat around her. I want her to stay a part of my family. So they're all freaked out. What's gotten a hold of my son? It's called liberty and freedom. It's contagious. Research has typically supported that parents pass along their loyalties to their children, their political loyalties. But in a hyper-digital world, their influence may be waning. We're freeing the youth of America. Look at all these base young men. Shout out. Before 2020, these others were both liberals, but their son began to sound different around the time of BLM. Their son began listening to YouTube channels like Better Bachelor, which disparages feminism and diversity. I was like, what got a hold of my son? She's talking to her family therapist about it. He's now 24, votes for Trump. Seems to have been drawn into an online atmosphere with a bunch of awesome dudes. I always tell him I might get worried about you, and I might feel sad because I don't know who you're going to be down the road. Initially, it was like, are you crazy? All right, so you can see this is fun. All right, so they're all trying to figure out what to do with their kids because their kids are rejecting their crap indoctrination. I mean, young folks in America, I think, want some opportunity. They want a little freedom. They want to be able to buy a house and pay for food and things like that. Can't do that right now because they've wrecked the country. All right, and so let's see if this is creating any activity. Here is the latest from the press room. Let's check in on some audio, see if we can hear anything. We're in this together. Fire station number 69. Oh, it's a surfboard at a fire station. All right. All right, so they're still waiting for stuff to happen there. Let's check in on the Senate, see if anything is happening there. And the answer is no, nothing is happening over there. This is what it looks like live from earlier today.
Door to the Taliban, because there were no concessions from them on what we were to get from the United States. The government of Afghanistan was not at the table when the terms were negotiated, and now we're seeing the fallout from that. And I know that no one is watching for gaps in U.S. national security policy more closely than President Xi and the People's Republic of China. Now, Mr. Hegseth identifies China as our peer competitor, something that I think all of us on the Armed Services Committee and probably everyone in this chamber agree with. But if Mr. Hegseth is so concerned about China, then it should realize that nothing will encourage President Xi's aggression more than seeing America abandon our allies and partners.
All right, so that was from
Mr.
earlier today. Again, bunch of Democrats. Like, where are the Republicans? Why is nobody who's a Republican speaking out and supporting Hegseth? We'll keep our eye on this. I think the president is slated to come out soon enough, so hopefully we can get to that. But while we're waiting for this to get underway, let's see what you have to say about all this. I saw some great super chats and donos come in. Really grateful for those. Trump's scheduled to get the briefing at 5:05, so that's about 15 minutes from now. So we'll hang tight. We'll see what you say about it, and then we'll stick with the president. So, my friends, thank you for being here, and thank you for sending in these comments and these questions. Let's see who was joining us on the day. And we got, hey, man, thank you for clipping for us. We've got Donut. John, thank you guys for clipping for us. Let's see who we have coming in. All right, so here's what we can do. We will pop this out picture in picture, and we'll go like this and see who's here. Schiff is covering a Botox injection. Is that what you think it is? That could be very interesting. Botox. Yes. All right, so this was today. It's Friday. Oh, man, it's Friday indeed. And I'm really grateful to be here with you, my friends. Thank you for sending these in. Let's open that up so we can have everything on one screen in uniformity and beauty. All right, so we got this one from I'd Rather Be Skiing. What's up? We got 20 new membos coming in. And hey, new membos, grab the stream from this morning. And tomorrow we'll have another members only stream, our Saturday members only stream. You can become a member, click the join button on YouTube, or go to watchingthewatchers.locals.com on a web browser and become a member. And we'll see you on the member stream tomorrow. Here's who we'll see. Michael Shane, what's up? Jason Carlton, Liberty, Jedi. We got, oh, sweet Jedi. Randy Schufert, W Word Woodworking. We got Dorian Stanley, Carl Spackler, Freedom Lover, Non-Stopolis, Kelly Parker, Bob Taylor, Trooper Dog, Jody Plocker, KHR, Joshua Maynor, Jelena M, Chicago, Molly Sashimi, Jason Carlton, and Sanella O. Gifted membos from I'd Rather Be Skiing. Thanks for bringing them in. I'd Rather Be Skiing. Very grateful for you, and welcome new friends. And Alan Harkin, what's going on, says, hey, this is my first chance since the inauguration to enjoy your perspective. I was out of the country. So glad to see you still holding your own and speaking out for the truth and explaining the issues to us. Bravo. Alan, my man, thank you for the nice dono. Very generous of you. I hope your travels were safe. Glad you made it back. And I hope you enjoyed the inauguration, wherever it was you were observing it, maybe not observing it. But now that you're back, it's a bright new world, my man. We're excited about it. And thanks for being a membo on Rumble. We appreciate you. Thank you, Alan. Very nice of you. Rob is here. Says, is Schiff pardoned for everything he said to the press during the Russia collusion hoax when there was a bathroom break, which was Schiff's question to run outside to make a press briefing to spread his lies? I don't know. Schiff's pardon, I think, was much more narrowed to the work of the J6 committee. And we read through the pardon, and it was J6 related. So anything from 2018 or Russia collusion, I don't think he's covered for, so he can be indicted. Jason Carlton, what's up, Jason? says, thanks for the membership. Let's go, Pete. I know, that's going to be a tight one. And the Senate's quiet, man. So it's like they're all going to come back and vote at 9. They're not going to be happy about that. That's way past their bedtime. Way past their bedtime. All right, thank you for that, Jason. And thanks for becoming a membo. Freedom Lover is in the house. Welcome. Great to see you, Freedom Lover. We'll see you on the membos only streams. Glocky's here. Says, these are the same people saying Pete isn't qualified to run the DOD. I wonder how much the shrink charged the taxpayers. So this came in from Raskin. Jamie Raskin enlists shrinks to help Democrats cope with Trump's landslide win. Oh, gosh. They're going to need like a whole team of people. Oh, good. An entire group of psychologists. He's enlisted psychologists to help Democrats on the panel cope with Trump's first week in office. That is hilarious. All right, let me find that full article. That's from Breitbart. That's incredible. I know they're nuts. They're nuts. And they need medical help in order to figure this out. Yeah, here it is. Check this out. Jamie Raskin. Here's the story. Enlist shrinks. This is only President Trump's first week, and he's already broken their brains again, said Mike Davis. Shout out to Mike Davis. The Oversight Committee chair also mocked them, James Comer, saying, Raskin has faced a difficult few months. The American people rejected what Jamie Raskin and other Democrats were selling. Trump won in a landslide. Raskin even received a preemptive pardon for his crimes. A move that the Biden DOJ has argued implies admission of guilt, because it does. And so does the Burdick case. We looked that up on the after party yesterday, the Burdick case. It's no Supreme Court case. It's no surprise that Jamie Raskin summoned professional psychologists. They're going to need a team, man. And I'm not sure there's anything that they can do for this guy. To provide therapy for Democrats afflicted with the incurable disease of TDS in the wake of all this winning. However, no amount of therapy will help, I know, and other Democrats suffering from TDS as they face the endless wins from the Trump administration benefiting the American people. Wow, brutal. Yeah. They need like a university division. They should study them in those, assessments, like a whole team of people in lab coats. Like, Jamie, wow, this is crazy. You ever seen anything like this? No, not outside of Democratic conventions. The DNC is a bad location for that too, but interesting. All right, so great article. Thanks for flagging that one for us. A lot of fun. There's nothing that can be done for them. All right, what's up? Angel is here. Says, good afternoon from Gainesville, Georgia. God bless America and Donald Trump. And thank you for all the work you do and keeping us updated. Well, thank you, Angel. Thanks for saying that. It's my pleasure to be here, spending time going through all this with you together. We're learning lots. We're part of history, man. It's awesome. Thank you, Angel. Glocky says, here's a legit question. All right. The Senate controls the judiciary in a way, right? Like there's checks and balances. And the executive appoints judges to oversee the judiciary and rule to enforce the laws signed by the executive. So why doesn't Trump break up the Ninth Circuit and make a new judicial district in D.C. and put in conservatives? If Trump is serious about making big, bold changes, the federal courts need a reckoning. Well, I believe it's actually the legislature that sets the jurisdiction of the courts, if I'm not mistaken. So I think the legislature sets the number of courts. So if we wanted to get rid of a circuit, that would be the legislature that does that, either creates it or decreates it. And I think that was part of Newt Gingrich's platform, wasn't it, when he was running for office? Is he was going to try to get rid of the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit, I think, has reformed in some ways. It's not as nuts as it used to be. I think depending on who you ask, but like it used to be insane, and it's not that insane as it was, 15, 20 years ago. But I think Newt's plan was to ask Congress to get rid of the Ninth Circuit. And I think that's how the mechanics work. So Congress creates it, right, would create the branch, then the president would appoint it, and then the judiciary would run it, essentially. So that's the series of the checks and balances. KC Cat, what's up? Welcome aboard. We'll see you tomorrow on the members only stream. Orion Starman says, can we sue Fauci? And you could theoretically sue him. I think if you had damages that you could, trace back to with causation to him, make the claim. He could respond saying he was a government employee, he had qualified immunity, or now the pardon precludes him from certain suits based on that facts and those sets of facts and circumstances. So it depends on what you sue him for. Glocky says, "Oh snap, Tim Kaine. Wait, you mean this Tim Kaine, whose son did an insurrection and attacked cops and got probation because of who his dad is? That Tim Kaine. Senator Tim Kaine's youngest son has been placed on probation, ordered to pay $236 in fines. He pleaded guilty to a charge of obstruction and got a 90-day sentence, 4 days in jail." Unbelievable. Insurrections, senator's kid. Hey, here's one from Rob. Says, "What happens with court cases that go to judges that Schumer slammed through? How much judicial hangups are going to get against the Republican citizens because of activists like Judge Chutkan?" So those will be the judges. That's why the Republicans embarrass themselves so badly. So what Rob is asking about, the Republicans after Trump won were doing this exchange with Democrats saying, Democrats said, if you give us these lower level district judges, just let us appoint those because Biden's still in charge, then we'll give you these appellate judges later. Problem, and the Republicans are so dumb, they said, great, that sounds smart. Then the Republicans watched as all of the appellate judges unretired. They said, we'd retire, you can appoint our replacement. Then after all of the lower court judges were seated, then the higher level court judges unretired and the Republicans got no appointments because they're dumb or intentional. I'd rather be skiing says, I'm going to be rich in margaritas with all these Democrat salty tears. Rich, I tell you. God bless Trump and God bless America. And you too, I'd rather be skiing. Enjoy those drinks. They're delicious. Waldo's here. Says, gifted one membo. Michael Allen Hughes is coming in. Welcome aboard, Michael Allen. See you tomorrow on the membo stream. Rob is here. Says, will they be able to prosecute CHSs that were there on J6 when we find out who they are? I think so. Yeah, I think that they could. I don't know. I would argue that Trump's pardon doesn't apply to those people who weren't charged with anything. So the pardon doesn't preclude them from other criminal charges. That's what I would say. Mrs. T. Rush. Hey, well, good to see you, Mrs. T. Rush. Thanks so much to you and your mom, and God bless you. And it's mostly mom, okay? It's Marianne G, Mama G in the house. She's amazing. Over at ericshouse.org. Thank you, Mrs. T. Rush. We got Uncle Bozy says, I want information on the 5 Capitol police officers that died by suicide immediately after J6. As a law enforcement officer, I was involved in more than one riot and I never considered suicide. Why did these cops take their own lives? What was their role on J6? What did they know? Who investigated the suicides? Were they really suicides? I have many questions about 5 cops committing suicide after responding to a disturbance or riot. Are there any other officers, cops out there to chime in? Give me your thoughts on this, says Uncle Bozy, former LEO in the House. Yeah, it's a very interesting question on that. They say it's because of MAGA, because MAGA was saying, you're traitors and you were involved in this, and they got castigated for their role in J6. That's the status quo. That's the standard narrative. But it does seem very interesting how there were 5 or 6 of them back to back, and nobody really asked questions about that. But they will come, and they'll say that cops died on January 6th as a result of January 6th. They'll prompt that lie moving forward, but they'll never let you ask that follow-up on the suicide question, because, of course, the suicide question is a very tricky one. Having had a suicide in my life, and it is not something that people want to talk about, right? Because it's got still a strong stigma to it. But yeah, nobody wants to talk about it, Uncle Bozy. Very interesting. Rob says, ouch. I just saw a video of Schiff looking like Schiff was hit with a hammer. Was over at a Pelosi party? Was he dating the guy that dated Nancy Pelosi's husband? Where's Nancy? From Rob. Good to see you. Sheila LaPoo. 10 membos coming in. Thank you, Sheila. A million hugs to you. Look who's here. We've got Freedom Cast, Sergeant Grinch, not your average golden potatoes here, Jane Gilmar, A lot to learn. Golden Gaming. We got David Nelson, Denise SoCal, Alan Lanham is here, Daryl Dennis, and Winston. Thank you, Sheila Pooh, for bringing in 10 new friends. We'll see our 10 new friends tomorrow on our Saturday members only stream. Elf is in the house. What's up, Elf? Bringing in Brian Donovan, 10 new membos. Welcome, new friends. And we're just at about 5:05. And that's when they said Trump was going to come out. So we'll pay extra close attention to this little picture-in-picture, and we'll jump there when he comes. Brian D, welcome. Raven Wings, we got Triple H Custom Knives in the house. Man, I love custom knives. L. Bracknell, what's up? Ironhead, Heather Fuller, Adam K, Tom Levati, Kimber Lee, and Frosted Sleep, gifted membos, courtesy of ELF, bringing in new membos. What's going on, Red-Blooded American? Rob, I just want to say thanks for doing what you do. We all appreciate it more than you know. You rock, brother. Man, Red-Blooded American, I appreciate it more than you know. And I really mean that. It's like, yeah, it's a lot. So thanks for that, brother. Thank you for the nice dono. It really is an honor and a treat and a privilege to be able to go through all this stuff together with you. I love it. Thank you, Red-Blooded. And thanks for being a membo too, my man. Gene Lay. What's up, Gene? Thank you for becoming a supporter. And Gene. Oh, is this Cyclops? That looks like Cyclops to me. Hey, Gene, 5 membos. Thank you, Gene. Joe White, welcome. Joshua Baran, Ron is coming in. Todd Huber, Reformed Convict, and Golden Gaming. Gifted membos, courtesy of Gene. Shout out. Thank you, Gene, for bringing in new membos. Crash says, Rob, Republicans are whipping the votes. That tells me that there may be issues with more than the unholy trio, Collins, Murkowski, and McConnell. Yeah, and remember, we used to have Romney in there too. Ugh. Thanks, Crash. Hopefully they figure it out tonight. Still nothing going on over there. It's an empty room. I'm looking at it. Rob says, Schiff never served in the military or did anything spectacular with his life. California is a Marxist state, and the elections are rigged. Don't think the people vote for these Dems. I think that if California had real fair governance and election, there's a lot of red spots in California. Huge portions of California are red. But it's those city setters, and when you gobble up power, right, you can create this permanent majority, which is what they've done. It's gross. It's a shame because California is a beautiful geography. I think it should be broken up into multiple states, and Arizona should drive to the sea and reclaim San Diego, liberate it from these communists. Anyways, Gen X Ben says, after waiting a year for my Filipino wife, my Filipino wife has her interview for her visa on Monday. That's amazing. Is that you too right there? I'm so glad President Trump is returning to sender on all here illegally. So your wife's doing it legally, which is amazing. Congratulations to you and your Filipino wife. Sounds like you guys are going to live happily ever after as legal Americans, and we're happy about that. Casey Cat says Benny Johnson's team verified that Fauci had a car and driver and security detail and a private plane at the cost of $2.3 million per month to us. Yeah, I read that it was like $15 million a year for Fauci's security. What a joke that is. All right, gone. Casey Cat. Hey, thank you, Casey. Thanks for reminding everybody to hit that like button. We do appreciate that. And turn on the notifications and tell everyone you've ever met or known or loved or seen or texted or emailed about the show. Thank you. CA Smirk. My president, man, Trump is laser focused. No doubt about that, CA Smirk. And he should be entering any minute. Useful Idiot is here. Just heard Jamie Ratskin and AOC have introduced articles of impeachment against Trump for the pardoning of the J6ers. Is that a real thing that they just did? That would be pretty dumb. Let's see if that's happening. Donald Trump impeachment efforts ramp up. Trump advisors, this from Newsweek. Efforts to impeach Trump for a third time are ramping up. Launched by a nonpartisan group called Free Speech for Free People, and they're probably the biggest censors on the planet. So interesting. I'll keep my eye out on that one to see if anything was formally introduced. But thank you, useful idiot, for that one. You were useful indeed. Hey, what's up, Curtis Bartle? Thanks for the great reporting, Rob and the mods. We got the best mods on the whole internet. It's true. We love them. Thank you, Curtis Bartle, for loving them with us. And thanks for the nice donut, my man. K-Tay, 12 months as a member. Happy anniversary, K-Tay. Says, I love Melania being on him with these visits. Yeah, they look good. They look happy. They look like they're having a good time traveling around together, having to rebuild America from the devastation of Joe. Mark Long, what's up? Good to see you, Mark. We'll see you tomorrow on the members only stream. Looking forward to that one. Thanks for joining up. David D, if they deported 1,000 people per week, it would take 16 years to deport 10 million people. I'm trusting your math on that, David D, but that sounds about right because it was like 5,000 to 8,000 a week for several years, right? So if it's 5,000 to 8,000 a week for years and you reduce that number to 1, yeah, it's going to take 16 years. It makes total sense. Glocky saying Nick Rekieta's case has been resolved. Great news. T. Rush says Hegseth in the DOD means the Congress military industrial complex gravy train comes to an end. That terrifies them. Hegseth, yeah, that I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. And they'd rather have somebody who is a institutionalist who continues the institutional grift. If you come from the lower, let's say the lower class, you know, like you're not a giant bureaucratic person who's like ensconced in oligarchy, then you interrupt their fancy cocktail parties. And they don't like that. Thank you, Mrs. T. Rush. Wafer's here. What's up, Wafer? Thank you for becoming a supporter. We'll see you tomorrow on the members only morning stream. Bravo 6 is here. Says it's not a different Trump. It's a different media. He was probably at +6 all along if it wasn't for the consistent browbeating he took from the mainstream media. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if the media were honest over the last 4 years, what would Trump's numbers be if they didn't call him an insurrectionist and somebody who arred a woman every day for years? They might have an audience and Trump's numbers might be much higher, and you wouldn't have moms having TDS breakdowns and Jamie Raskin having to get psychologists to deal with Democrats. What's up? Spuds is here. Good to see you, Spuds. Thanks for bringing in new friends, 5 of them. Wood Spirit is here. Rebecca Anderson, welcome. Alyssa Lear, Annie Ruler, and Sleeping Psychopathy in the house. Good to see you. Thank you, Spuds, for bringing them in. Glocky's also sharing, says, just in, Trump bans NGOs that perform or promote abortions from receiving federal funds, signs an executive order. No more money going towards abortions, courtesy of Glocky and Philip Wegman. Eric Doherty's also reporting this, that Trump banned those things. And Chubby Stubby is here. Says that poor MAGA kid should look into legal emancipation. He'd be much happier and better off. Yeah, probably. Much more successful. Not have to deal with his Democrat parents. But his parents, he should convert them. They should come around. Just say, look, Mom, Dad, you guys are wrong. Here's why. Let me explain this to you. Break them out of their TDS if that's even possible. Karen Booth on Rumble. What's up, Karen? Says Darrell Issa is a very strong conservative Republican. You think so? I think he means he's seen enough evidence that they knew they covered it up. I don't know about that. I don't know what his position is, but he just figured it out right now and is now calling for an investigation. I don't know. Mrs. T. Ruff says Schiff is covering a Botox injection. Could be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about those. And maybe at some point I will, have to look like, remember when they all come out and they get their faces done? Like Matt Gaetz is a pretty good example of this. You're like, dude, good to see you. What's up, Mrs. T. Rush? Hey, B.H. Williams. Rob, why no Republicans? I think they get to speak once until all have spoken. The Republicans spoke at the beginnings of the 30 hours. I could be wrong. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's why. I have no idea. It could just be Rob, because that's not how it works. The Republicans are done. Maybe. It'd be a good thing to know, because I'm wondering where the heck they are. Bill Dozer says, Schiff. Bulldozer. I can't read that. Diamond Gun. Thank you for that one. for becoming a supporter. Diamond Gun in the house. We got Sapper Jackson in the house. People are... I can't explain it. I can't explain it. Sapper Jackson. Sharpie Guy says Biden staffers were selling pardons. We need to help bring them to the light. Come on, watchers. From Sharpie Guy. I have questions about whether Biden actually even wrote some of those pardons. The signatures don't look the same. Useful Idiot says Executive Order number 387 from Trump. Absolutely nobody working for the government will be allowed to drink while they're working for the government. So like you can't drink alcohol or you just can't drink on the job kind of a thing. From Useful Idiot. Peng1, what's up, Peng1? Thank you for being a member for 19 months and thank you for welcoming new members in the house. And Uncle Bozy is now changing names. Uncle Bozy, okay, says just change my local's username from Uncle Bozy to my real name, STN Kittrell. Not that it matters, but I just wanted to. Well, do it. STN Kittrell in the house. Like, is that like Saint N or STN? What does that stand for? I know former LEO, but what is that? Anyways, you got it. STN Kittrell in the house. Hey, Massa Molly. Massa Molly. What a very nice dono. Thank you for that, Massa. Massa Molly over on Rumble. Great to see you. Thanks for being a membo and supporting us. And thanks for being Rumble verified and being there. Says you are tried and true. Rob, love your content. Winky. Well, thank you for that, Massa Molly. Very nice of you. Thank you for supporting us today with a very nice dono. Really generous, and we're grateful for you being here, and thanks for watching on Rumble. What's up, Sapper Jackson? Hey, Rob, have you seen Mississippi's proposal to let certified bounty hunters turn immigrants in for $1,000 per apprehension? I've got my license, says Sapper Jackson. No, but I did see this. Apparently, there's a new memo. So this just dropped. This came over from this guy, Aaron Recklin Melnick. He shared new. The Trump administration has invoked a decades-old, never-before-invoked legal authority that permits them to authorize willing state and local enforcement officers to carry out any of the powers, privileges, or duties of an immigration officer. Look at that. That's major. So he's basically deputizing local law enforcement to do ICE. Okay, and there's a memo. I'll show you it. Says the memo invokes an obscure law that Congress enacted decades ago that authorizes DHS, then INS, to declare a mass influx and to deputize local law enforcement officers as full immigration officers. DHS must enter into written agreements to oversee and deputize law enforcement. These, of course, will be subject to legal challenge, especially given the sweeping delegation authority. But courts may be deferential. The requirements that there's a written agreement does include a requirement that they do some training. So there will be lawsuits about this, but local cops will take this and run. DeSantis, Abbott, other GOP governors. Local cops can start arresting folks. So here's the memo straight out of DHS's mouth. You can see this is the post. We'll just read through it since we got some time. We're waiting for the president to get here. Here's the memo from DHS.gov. Finding of mass influx of illegal aliens. Saying on January 20th, the president issued a proclamation guaranteeing the states against invasion. And that proclamation recognizes an ongoing influx of illegals. Now, in support of that, the order notes that over the last 4 years, at least 8 million illegals were encountered along the border, and many more countless millions entered and evaded detection. Now, U.S. code and regulation allows the secretary to request assistance from local government in the administration of immigration laws. Among those circumstances are when we decide that there are circumstances that endanger the lives, welfare, or safety of residents of a state or locality. And so in making this determination, the secretary may also determine that an imminent mass influx of aliens are arriving, and this requires urgent responses. Now, I have made that determination now. There exist circumstances that the administration of immigration and laws could endanger the residents of all 50 states, and that there is an actual imminent mass influx of aliens at the border. Over the last 4 years, our southern border has been overrun. Last month, Border Patrol encountered 47,000 aliens there. While that number is a major reduction, it's still too high. To demonstrate, in that month, Border Patrol released 6,900 aliens at the border, the vast majority of whom were subject to mandatory detention. In other months during the last 4 years, the numbers were astronomically higher. In December 22, for example, Border Patrol released 140,000 aliens at the border. Whether the number is 140,000 or 6,000, it's not how our laws work. Aliens arriving at ports of entry or entering unlawfully are supposed to be inspected. Unless they are clearly and beyond a doubt entitled to be admitted, they're supposed to be detained until they're removed or granted discretionary relief under the asylum laws. So now, this mandatory detention serves an important public safety and national security purpose. Aliens who have not completed this process have not been effectively vetted for criminality or national security. Current databases do not allow for comprehensive and rapid searching for foreign convictions or other public safety or national security risks. And so as a result, the fact that the numbers at the border are effectively forcing DHS to engage in catch and release because there's just too many people. And they are thwarting the legally mandated screenings, and this is a threat to public safety. Now, this doesn't even account for the gotaways. There are millions of those who are not screened in any manner at all. Okay, so there's so many people, we can't properly screen them. They just come in, we let them go. But there's also millions of gotaways, which we've never even captured at all. On the basis of these facts, the DHS says, I find these circumstances endangers lives, property, welfare of every single person of every state in the union. In fact, the only way to prevent this, which Congress has given us a responsibility to do, is this way. And so we determine we have to make this finding of this imminent invasion. I also find that in concurrence with President Trump, that there is an influx of aliens arriving at our border. And in finding that there is an influx, I describe the magnitude, and the magnitude of the problem alone is sufficient to find an influx. The fact that there's 50,000 people a month is the problem. The enumerated factors that I could go through also support this too, and I'll do it. First, if the influx is not controlled, it's going to increase. I've seen it time and again. When there are incentives, far more aliens come in and they won't stop. Now, second, the introduction of unvetted foreign persons, at least some of whom will unquestionably be criminals, has increased the likelihood of criminal activity. And so, much of the illegal entries at our border includes human trafficking, drug smuggling, assault. And third, law enforcement agencies are also facing overwhelming demands. And immigration enforcement agencies are also facing a shortage. And so accordingly, pursuant to the authorities under the law, I find that there exist circumstances that endangers the lives of people of all 50 states. I further find that there is an actual or imminent influx of aliens, and this requires an immediate federal response. And so I therefore request the assistance of state and local governments in all 50 states to secure our border finally. This finding is effective immediately. It expires in 60 days unless extended. And so that's a big order. Signed by Benjamin C. Huffman, Acting Secretary of Homeland until Kristi Noem comes in, which is deputizing local, state, and local county, city cops to interface with the DHS to solve this problem. So another major development there. This is stuff that we've never seen utilized by anybody. So now they mean business. Sapper Jackson, thanks for keying us off on that one. Stephen Mosher says, comparing Hegseth to Bill Clinton, bad move. My point is that Democrats love Bill Clinton. They don't care about this stuff on the face of it, right? So it's just kind of pointing out their hypocrisy, but I get your point, right, as well. It's like, well, you're comparing him to Clinton, so it's like not like a ringing endorsement for his position. But I just call it out because Tim Kaine was Hillary's partner, vice presidential candidate, so didn't have any problems with sexual improprieties. Useful Idiot says, could we ask the International Criminal Court to look into Dr. Mangala Fauci? But I think they like him, right? Aren't they BFFs? I don't think they care. Let's see, make sure we're live over here. Still waiting for the president, running a little bit later than we thought, but that's going to make it just that much better when this ultimately happens. So let's pull out that picture-in-picture and continue to say thank you for these amazing donos that have come in. If I can click the tab appropriately. Having a hard time with that right now for whatever reason. All right, here it is. Jeffrey Adams says, Emil Bove just directed ICE, the DOJ, to prosecute anyone interfering with ICE. And I think Jeffrey Adams, I think we read that this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe yesterday. We did read that. Quad Cam, what's up? Out with the old, in with the new. There's Joe Biden taking a knee in his mask for the new king and emperor, God Emperor, President Trump. There it is. Mahiri King says, can the family of those cops sue for the lying news? It depends on what family you're talking about and I guess who they're suing and what the lawsuit or what the defamation was, I would imagine, that the news was making against those cops. But I think a lot of the families of the officers who died by suicide, I don't know what their position is. So, but maybe if there was a reason for the suit. Former says, Rob, as I remember, after Biden was elected, he removed former President Trump and his cabinet from the daily briefings. How about removing Biden and his cabinet from the briefings? When I was working as an LEO, we had 3 suicides of the uniformed force, but the thing that they had in common was they were all involved and in criminal investigations. Okay, sad, but true. In other words, they were under criminal investigation. They were not involved in doing criminal investigations, but they were maybe being indicted themselves. So they passed, they off themselves. Hey, Calliope Cheryl. What's up, Calliope? Over on Rumble says, thank you, Rob, for breaking down the legal jargon. I'm in the red part of LA, SoCal, and live in the house wherein I grew up since Dad returned from Korea. Amazing. Calliope Cheryl. Yeah, California's a beautiful, weather and scenery and ocean and trees and forests and animals and all sorts of stuff. It's a real shame that the Democrats have wrecked it. And a lot of beautiful history, too. A lot of American history with the miners and San Francisco and the interfacing with the Chinese. And, it's rich with history, and they just turned it into crap. Here's one related to another case. This one says, welcome to Mandrake City. Mandrake, what's up? Bringing in 20 new members. G. Nels is in the house. Pac Den. Anna Walker's coming in. Michael Green. We got New Spin. Spartans Never Die. We got Denton Dixon is here. Julio. Lori Mole. Kobe Pockmayer. Nurse Cindy. Diane Moses. And Gopher Big Guy. Gifted members courtesy of Mandrake. Even more. Thank you, Mandrake, for doing this. Faith. Rowdy Dowdy, Rockman, Baby Cakes, Samantha Richardson, Robert Rogers, Dustin the Wind, and Steve Holloway, gifted members. Mandrake, thanks for doing that. 20 new friends coming in. Very generous of you. And we'll see everybody tomorrow on the members only morning stream. Not a commie says Bloody Friday. Okay, Secret Service Director Sean Curran cleans house, tells 10 senior officials to resign, retire, or face being reassigned. Did Paul Abate get the cut? The guy who replaced Kimberly Cheadle? Kimberly Cheadle, gone. Then Paul Abate came in. Is he still there? I sure hope not. All right, we got reporters who are piling in here now. It's like, is my head blocking your camera? Yes, it is. Yes, your head is blocking our feed. We can see your scalp. So duck down a little bit further. Uncle Bozy says Gutfield can move his eyebrows. Oh, is that true? Yeah. Can he? Stan. Nor Stan. I got big thumbs. Oh, okay. Stan Cottrell, not STN. Got it. Stan Cottrell. That makes more sense. I'm like, what is STN? What does that mean? All right. So is the president coming in? All these reporters are piling in. Uncle Bozy says not nor. Damn these thumbs. Stan, nor Satan. I got big thumbs. All right, we got to figure it out. It's Stan Cottrell. Thank you for that, Uncle Bozy, a.k.a. Stan Cottrell. Trying to forget it. Hey, why isn't it changed, though? Why is it still here? Why does it still say Uncle Bozy? NY says, my local sheriff of Riverside County, Chad Bianco, is down with ICE. That's good news. Good, he won't get arrested. Susanna Guillory. Thank you, Susanna. Thanks for the cup of coffee. We appreciate you. First super chat on a live stream. Thank you for doing that. And thanks for making our show your first. I am one of the people, BOR. Also became a new supporter. Good to see you. I am one of the people. We'll see you tomorrow. Members only stream 9 a.m. Arizona Mountain, 11 a.m. Eastern. Michelle, what's up, Michelle? Says, military family here. Thank you, Michelle. My kids are not a resident of the state they live in nor born in. Their state citizenship is under the umbrella of my husband and my residency. How does that play into the 14th Amendment? Are they citizens? So I think that under the 14th Amendment, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So like, where were your kids born, right? Like there's exceptions for military families. And if you're on a military base, we assess lineage to them based on essentially parentage, okay? So it's much more like just sanguineous. There's two types of citizenship that we talk about. Just solely, which is by soil. Where are you born? It's based on the geography, the soil. The other is the blood. Sanguineous is from blood. So do you have lineage from a parent via, to a nation state via a parent via blood? Then we attribute citizenship. So if your kids are born on military bases, I don't know legally how it works, but I think it's probably a combination of both, that the base is considered American just solely territory, and your military service gives you that exception to pass your citizenship to your kids via blood. So I don't think it really interfaces with the 14th Amendment other than to see how the rules work. But your kids would be citizens because you are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Your kids are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Any way you splice it, they're just solely because they were born on the base, on the military base in service to the country. So they're subject to the jurisdiction there. Or if not, you as the parent with lineage is subject to the jurisdiction thereof too. So I think Trump's order doesn't violate Wong Kim Ark in any way. And it's totally constitutional. And I think that's a good interpretation of the rule, actually. So that your kids are not born stateless, right? This is the problem with stateless people. So the thesis would be, what if somebody so let's play with the rules. In Wong Kim Ark, what if they did not find in favor of Wong Kim Ark? Okay, he was born in the United States. His parents were lawfully here. They were not illegal aliens. So if he was not granted citizenship, and he couldn't get citizenship because of the Chinese Exclusion Act, then he would also not be a person of Chinese descent, maybe because he wasn't born there. He was born in the United States. So maybe the Chinese would say, you're not a citizen here because we also do just solely, just hypothetically. So we have a stateless person, okay, a person born who has no citizenship anywhere. So I think that was one of the concerns of the Wong Kim Ark court. But the distinction in that case is his parents were lawful permanent residents. They established residency in San Francisco. So they weren't in violation of the law. The fact that that's gotten extrapolated to illegals is not, in my opinion, constitutional or reconciles with the 14th Amendment. Great question. Jimmy, and thank you for your service and your family and your kids. Jimmy Edwards, what's up? 8 months as a member. One more. We got a full baby in the house. Thank you, Jimmy Edwards, for being with us almost full term. We've got Tara Rayner, 20 months as a member. Says states and other countries can indict Fauci. Yeah, I think other countries for sure. States, I think Fauci could debate that and say the Supremacy Clause immunizes him. But I'm open to trying. Okay, when I say that, it's not like I'm make him argue it. Make him say, I'm immune, you can't prosecute me. Then when he invokes his pardon, then you hit him with subpoenas and he can no longer claim a privilege against self-incrimination under the Fifth. Golden Gaming says, RI undocumented judge abruptly retired FBI raids. A Rhode Island undocumented judge abruptly retired FBI raids. From Golden Gaming, 20 months as a member. I have not seen that one. Thank you, Golden. Wolfgang Deo says, what a nice week, eh? It's kind of like Operation Warp Speed. I'm okay with Stargate, but AI can produce millions of documents, yet one person can point out systemic errors that throw it all in the trash. And cancer vaccines too? Really? All right, let's see. There looks like some activity here. All right, still nothing. Just trying to capture the entrance, but not happening. Hey, Wolfgang, what a nice week, eh? Yeah, I mean, that Stargate conversation was pretty interesting. I'm for technological development. I think I'll look at the cancer jabs with a skeptical eye, but that's a little bit different. It's more like a therapeutic that they're developing specifically for a person with cancer. It's not like a mandate that they say you have to get this or you can't go get your hair cut. But your point is well taken. We got a reason and a rightful reason to be skeptical with some of these entities. B.H. Williams says, Rob, Calliope, the muse of poetry, is pronounced Calliopeia. Calliopeia in the house. Good to know. The muse of poetry, Calliopeia. B.H. Williams, thanks for the pronunciation and for correcting how we say that. Wolfgang Deo says Wong is an example of the 14th Amendment. He returned to China, yet, well, he wanted to come back. However, if an American is born overseas, they are probably citizens. Slaves were 3/5 people, but still people, but not illegals. From Wolfgang Deo. Yeah, it's good to see you again, Wolfgang. Yeah, he did go back overseas and came back. And the question was, does his geographic birth in San Francisco give him citizenship? And they said yes, but again, it was because his parents were legal, not illegal. Hey, Jason, Clean Safe Energy. What's up, Jason? Says, hey, Rob, I am still in D.C., loving all this competent leadership. Didn't get into either rally, but I kept up with everything because of your great coverage. Love your show. Keep it up. It is cold. Good to see you, Jason. Yeah, man, DC looked cold. We were watching Trump's video this morning when he and Melania were heading out to get on the helicopter. And both Melania, man, even she was breathing, like not talking, just breathing. And you could see it like, oof, that's cold. So hopefully you're staying warm. It's not that bad where I'm at here in Arizona. A little chilly, but not bad. But yeah, I missed. I didn't get into one rally. I got into the other one, but great times. Thanks for watching the show, Jason, and thanks for reporting in from DC. Hope you're doing well out there. It's got to be vibing there. I got to imagine there's like a thickness in the air, some petrified paranoia, and some just like partying like it's 1985 or whatever the phrase is. Spuds, Rob, I have a theory that the Capitol and Metro police officers who died by, quote, suicide after J6 were probably going to go up the chain of command to squeal on Byrd and others who were doing Nancy Pelosi's dirty work. But then they contracted a case of old Clintonitis, you know? Also, like California, New York needs to be divided up. I started up a movement to do it. The New York City metro area needs to collapse on its own. From Spuds. I think California could be 3 states easily. Just leave all the libs right there in the middle. Rhode Island Judge Joseph Molina Flynn, specializing in immigration law, resigns after the FBI raids his office. Damn. That's bad for that judge. Probably good for the country. Mrs. T. Rush says, granddaughter was born on Army base in Germany. She is still an American citizen. Military bases are considered American soil, so even under just solely, she's a citizen. Thank you for that, Mrs. T. Rush. Yeah, we talked, I think, a lot about this about when McCain was running, right? People were like, well, he's not a real American. He was born on a military base, I think, in what was it? Was it Panama or one of those places? John S. That FBI Paul guy retired from the FBI. Oh, did he? Paul Abate? It's hard to keep track of all the fleeing criminals. Thank you, John, for that. He retired from the FBI. That's good to know. Bye, Paul Abate. We'll see what they did, man. I think that the Secret Service was complicit in a cover-up and negligent to the point where it's gross negligence, where it's a it's intentional negligence, which means it's criminal. Wolfgang says Operation Stargate is a private funding to government oversight. Perfect. However, AI is garbage. The electrical utility and other services are good to invest in. From Wolfgang Deo in the house. Thank you, Wolfgang. We'll see what AI does. I'm not as worried about it as many other people. John McGarvey says, does Trump's pardon also include the murderer, Officer Byrd? All crimes in and around the Capitol on January 6th. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, in other words, that the pardons... Yeah, maybe he could read it that way. I see what you're saying, John. So, like, it includes every crime, not just the J6 crimes, including the Capitol Police crimes. Yeah, maybe you could read it like that. I don't know that any prosecutor is going to charge him anyways, but yeah, I see what John's saying. So, and that's an interesting way to read that. So it's not just the J6 crimes, it's all crimes anywhere in and around it. So, I mean, it depends how far you want to extend that to. Like, I would say all charged crimes in and around that time, and then Trump's DOJ is not going to prosecute it. But, like, I guess if somebody littered or something, right? Like, is that also covered? Like, does it cover all the other crimes? Does it cover that guy who was selling crack outside the White House or outside the Capitol building? Like, it's unrelated to J6, but he was selling meth to that other crackhead. They just happened to be at the Capitol building. Like, did that also get pardoned too? Or that weird other, dude who got murdered, like right around the corner, whatever? How far does it extend? It's a great question. And I think when it comes to pardons, there's a lot of these, rules that you can apply and kind of stretch and assemble and play with. But the question is anybody going to ultimately prosecute that guy? And I doubt it. I don't think so. Even Trump's DOJ, I don't think so. Will prosecute him. I could be wrong. And I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think so. But it's a great question, John, and it's a fun one to noodle on. Beach Life, what's up? 10 months as a membo. Happy 50th birthday to Queen Bee. What's up, Queen's Bee in the house? Happy 50th birthday. We love you. We love birthdays. Happy birthday to Queen's Bee in the house. Hopefully you're celebrating 50. That's a big one. Lots of fun. Thank you, Beach Life, for shouting that one out. Freddie Sauce is here. Says, subject to the jurisdiction could also mean when abroad, I'm still under their jurisdiction. Kidnapped by terrorists. USA comes, problem abroad. U.S. Embassy services me. You commit crimes abroad. Then the USA punishes me. Yeah, so I think we're talking about now crimes. So, kidnapped by terrorists, the USA comes, problem abroad, USA. So it's not like jurisdiction is not necessarily like the reach of the government. The way I interpret subject to the jurisdiction thereof, it's, are you acquiescing to the sovereign? Are you agreeing that you're going to be here as a permanent resident, but you're not a citizen yet, but you can naturalize at some point, and you're complying with the process? Illegal aliens are not doing that at all. They are openly flouting the jurisdiction, the sovereignty of the state. And they're just saying we can come in and it's our, it's our land now. So just take us. So it's more like a contractual agreement that they're not honoring. Wolfgang says, if illegals are allowed birth tourism, then throw out Social Security. Wong's American citizenship didn't have benefits like we do now either. Yeah, and a lot has changed since the late 1800s, 1890s. President looks like he's coming in, and we're live.
going.
Thanks, Schubert, for that. Appreciate that, my man. Appreciate that. There was another question that came in. So as we're watching Trump come through here, Michelle says, I'm talking about state citizenship and what court holds jurisdiction over them. My kids are 100% American. So I think what you're talking about is residencies, right? So if we're talking about citizenship and the 14th Amendment, that's a U.S. bucket feature. But the states aren't granting or eliminating citizenship. So residency would be established by the state. So wherever they're living or establishing.
Well, thank you very
domicile
much,
in the residence.
everybody. This is an honor to be with you. Unfortunately, it's a very sad period, but what makes you feel good is I met so many of the homeowners, and every one of them, a lot of them, and every one of them said to me they want to rebuild. I said, will you go elsewhere? No, 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 no. It wasn't even like a question. They love the area. They love the people. It's like a family. It's incredible, actually, when you see some things like that. We just left North Carolina, and we had just a similar type of disaster. It was water instead of fire, but boy, that water did damage like I've never seen before. And then you come here and you see this. But the people are so amazing, and your fire department was so beautiful. Every one of them is in perfect physical shape. I said, what do you guys do? They have very high standards, I can tell you. And we took pictures with all of them, but very nicely they gave us a little helmet. And I said, you wear this, huh? Is this real? And they said, yeah. I said, it's awfully heavy. You have to be very strong to wear that. But that's the original, right? So it's pretty good. But I just want to thank everybody. We're going to be with you. Your governor met us at the plane, and we had a good talk, very, very positive talk. We have to work together to get this really worked out. I don't think you can realize how rough it is, how devastating it is until you see it. I didn't realize. I mean, I saw a lot of bad things on television, but the extent of it, the size of it, we flew over it in a helicopter. We flew to a few of the areas, and it is devastation. It's incredible. It's really an incineration. Even some of the chimneys came down, okay? When you have the chimneys come down, you know that's pretty hot stuff, and a lot of them were down. That was a bad sign, too. But I just want to commiserate, and we're going to celebrate. We'll be back to celebrate one day soon, I hope soon. The federal government standing behind you, 100%. The First Lady and I are in California to express a great love for the people of California. I've had great support always in California. We did very well recently, as you know, relatively speaking, at least I can say. And it's been amazing. I have property in California, not too far away, actually, right up the road in Palos Verdes, a big property. And I've always loved it. I've always loved being here. But we have to grieve for the 28 Californians who have tragically perished. And sadly, you're going to be finding more. And that's going to be very sad, because I know people are missing. When you look at that kind of incineration, you know what's going to happen. You're going to find some more. But with all that we've gone through, I watched your firefighters, and they were really fighting at a big disadvantage. I got to know a lot of them just now, and they're incredible people. They were so happy. They were saying, congratulations, sir. You know, they're thinking about country maybe even before this location that they all love. But I'm pleased to be joined by many of the great California leaders, both Democrat and Republican. And it's an honor to meet some of you I didn't know, but I know every one of you by name. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger. Thank you, Catherine, very much. Mayor Karen Bass. Thank you, Karen. It's nice to meet you. Representatives Jay Obernolte. Where's Jay? Jay, hi, Jay. It's been a tough period, Jay, right? Vince Fong, Kevin Kiley. Vince and Kevin, hi. Hi, Vince. A man I know very well. I know him too well, actually. And I say that actually with love because he's actually been a great congressman for a long time, and he's a great leader, and he loves the area as much as anybody, right? Daryl? So Daryl Issa, young Kim, congratulations on an excellent career. I appreciate it. Another one I know pretty well is, to put it mildly, is Tom McClintock. And he's been with us for a long time. We have some interesting things going on in Washington. And it's an honor that you guys are here. Thank you, Daryl, very much, Tom. George Whitesides. Good, George. Thanks. It's a great name, too, by the way. Brad Sherman. Oh, I know Brad well. I know Brad, but that's all right. We're on the same side of this one. I know that. We'll work together, Brad, very well. A lot of respect. And Presidential Envoy Rick Grinnell, who's done a fantastic job for me over the years. He was ambassador to Germany, and he was fantastic. So 2.5 weeks ago, over 100-mile-an-hour winds transformed the Palisades fire and other areas, too, into absolute infernos of death and destruction. And this is already the most expensive natural disaster, they say, in American history. That's pretty amazing. The numbers are going to be staggering. Most importantly, we have to get it built, and we have to hopefully find as few people as possible. We have already too many, 28 at least, they say. We're going to work very hard with the mayor, the governor, the supervisor, and everybody, and get the resources behind you. We have some amazing people, and we have some amazing fighters for things like this. I also had the concept of getting some of the best developers in the country. I've had so many calls from developers, and they want to come in. They don't want anything. They just want to come in and help, and they really know how to get things done and get things built. I would ask that the local officials, because we're going to essentially waive all federal permits. We're going to have you go very quickly, because a federal permit can take 10 years. We're not going to do that. We don't want to take 10 days. I would. So we're declaring this a national emergency. By doing that, I can give you immediate permits. I'd ask that the local permitting process be the same. Some of the people were saying they're going to be forced to wait 18 months for their permits, and I don't think you're going to do that. I can't imagine that. So they are literally in a position right now they'd like to start tonight, and they'll clean their site, they'll do everything. They just want to start, and they were very concerned with the 18 months, so I'm sure you can get it down to, I would say, not even 18 days. They are ready, Mayor, they are ready to start. I met so many of them. The fire took place. It's nice and cool there now, and they want to start taking the debris. They want to take the debris. They want to do everything. They'll get rid of everything. They're going to do it by their own hand. And you're going to see some amazing things happen. So we're waiving the federal permits. Either waive them or give them to you so rapidly it's going to be essentially the same thing, but we're going to try and just waive them. and we'll rely on the local.
Hard to build in
but,
California.
The local, I hope, is going to do the same exact thing. They're literally ready to start right away tonight. So if you could do almost the same thing or the same thing would be great. For a building permit, you're going to have to, check things out a little bit. A lot of them, every single one of them said they're going to rebuild. I didn't have one person say they're selling or they're leaving or they're disgusted. They love their community, and it's incredible. We even had one from your neck of the woods, right? Yeah. Do you want to stand up? It was so nice the way she greeted my wife in a very different language, right? And it was very nice to see. And you're staying and you're going to rebuild and everything else. Yeah, everybody. So it's really great. So I'm signing an executive order to open up the pumps and valves in the north. We want to get that water pouring down here as quickly as possible and let hundreds of millions of gallons of water flow down into Southern California. And that'll be a big benefit to you. If you don't want it, you're going to tell me, but I can't imagine it. I tell you who does like it is the fire department. When I said that, they were very happy with that. They didn't mind hearing that. But we have a lot of water that is available, and I hope you can work that out among yourselves. But I think this will show that we have to have that water. We have to have that water. You're talking about unlimited water coming up from the Pacific Northwest, even coming up from parts of Canada. And it pours down naturally. It has for a million years. For a million years, it pours down. You'll never run out. You'll never have shortages, and you won't have things like this. And when you do, you'll have a lot of water to put it out. So I'm going to ask that you figure that out. But I really strongly recommended this 7 years ago, and I think I'm going to just do it. If you have big problems, you're going to let me know, but I just can't even imagine it. But we're also surging federal resources and assistance to the state, and California must adopt the common sense policies to prevent fires, and we all know that. We were talking 7 or 8 years ago, I was talking to people from Austria, people from Finland, people that live in forests. One of the gentlemen, one of the top great leaders of Austria said, we don't have forest fires, and we have trees that are actually far more flammable than they have in California, but they literally rake their forests. They take down, if a tree comes down, they take it down. They say you have 18 months. After that, it's like a matchstick. And I know environmentally, some environmental groups like the trees to just melt into the ground, but when they do melt into the ground, they become an inferno. So I think you're going to have to change your ways in terms of that. You have 30 years of leaves, and those leaves are dry as a bone, and they burn. Interestingly, because I was at Paradise, who is the general, right? A long time ago, I was at Paradise. What a beautiful paradise it was. And how is it doing, by the way? Are they rebuilding, right? Remember when he said, you were up here, President. I went there. I never saw anything like it. But you know what amazed me? I'll never forget it. The trees were okay because the trees are loaded with water. They sucked that water out of the ground. And this was an inferno, just like, I would say no different than this. And it was also the wind that caused a lot of problem. I mean, you had tremendous winds that there's not a lot you're going to do with. You had up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's unheard of. But when I was in Paradise, I noticed that the trees, they were dark on the bottom, but they were absolutely living, and they lived because they're soaking wet. But the trees that were on the ground, within 12 to 18 months, they say 18 months at a maximum, you have to cut them up, take them away because they're matchsticks. But we saw that. You saw that with me. I commented at the time. I said, look at this. The house is burned down, and the tree is standing, and it's, other than being a little different color on the bottom, and it went through an inferno. It's amazing. It's soaking wet. So I think they have to do it. It's called management of the floor. And when the gentleman from Austria and also Finland and other countries, they said we manage the forest floor very, very carefully, and we don't have forest fires. They just don't have them. So I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. So there can be no golden age without the Golden State. It's a great state.
Nice
It's
phrase.
a fantastic place. and we're going to have a big celebration soon. We're going to come back, and we'll come back as much as you need, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to open the coffers. You know, America wants us to be taken care of. This was a horrible thing to watch, and the way it just kept going and going, and then they'd find another area. It was like a genius on the other side. The fire was a genius, the way it kept moving, but we're not going to stand for it. I just met with the Olympic people, and they're all set to do a real job. So we have the Olympics, and I got them. You know, it was very interesting. I made the deal with the Olympics. I was called by your former mayor, and he said, would you call the Olympics? Because I must tell you, the Democrats, as you know, were not calling. They wouldn't do it. I don't know, there was a bad experience somehow. And I did, and I got along great with the Olympic Committee, and we got the Olympics, and then we got you the World Cup. That one I focused on with Gianni. Gianni was great, the head of it, and so you have that coming. And then we have the 250 years coming up, which is going to be a great celebration. But I'll never forget when I got the Olympics, and then I was president when I got them. I said, oh boy, it's too bad I won't be president. Who knew this was going to happen?
Yeah,
right?
baby.
I said, I won't be president because it would have been the 4 years. And in fact, I'd be retired by 4 days right now, I guess, right? So anyway, so I got him, and at least I'll be able to celebrate the Olympics, the World Cup, and the 250 years is going to be a very big deal. So we have the three biggest there are, and it was an honor to get. If you have any questions, please let me know. And if you have a statement to make, I'd love to have politically, if you'd like to make a statement. Brad, go ahead.
Mr. President?
Okay, I'll do
Mr. President, thank you
Sure,
for coming
thank you, Brett.
to the 32nd Congressional District and
Thank you.
making feel most people don't have adequate insurance because they couldn't get it. So one company dropped 1,600 policies just in the last 6 months. We've got 16 times as much property damage here as from Hawaii, and I'm hoping that we get at least 16 times the federal appropriation for the CDBG program that helps people rebuild. And I know you've talked about policies of California that you're not a fan of, but I've been in Congress for 28 years. I really disagree with Louisiana on their abortion policy. I disagree with them on their campaign finance policy. I disagree with North Dakota on their gun policy. And I would never turn to somebody from Louisiana and say, you keep living on your cousin's couch, because we're not going to help you rebuild until Louisiana agrees with me on a woman's right to choose. So I'm hoping that we can get these funds and that we don't punish individuals for the policies of their state. You can disagree with them, and I think you've got some ideas. I look forward to us listening. Also on tariffs, I often agree with you on tariffs, but how about no tariffs on building materials for the next 3 years?
Well, we'll take a look at that, actually.
Mr. President.
We'll take a look. Mayor, please.
Yes. First of all, let me just take the opportunity to officially welcome you to Los Angeles. Really appreciate you coming, and especially you come just a few days after your inauguration. So I want you to know that your presence here is very much appreciated. Let me also say that I know you had an opportunity to see the devastation. You've seen the extreme loss, the grief that people are going through here. And we are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood rebuilt again. You mentioned a couple of things in terms of us expediting. So I signed executive directives right away so that we could cut the red tape, we could get people back building as fast as possible, and we're going to continue doing that.
Mayor, the one thing is they are saying they will not be allowed to start for 18 months.
No, that will not be the case.
Okay, I just hope
that
you're
will
right.
Not, you can hold me to it.
Because 4 groups said that.
No.
That would be, they should be able to do it. They should be able to start tonight.
That will not be the case. You know, first we have to take care, to make sure that there's not getting rid of the hazardous waste, cleaning things up so that people can start right away. And just like you said, if somebody their house was destroyed and they're going to rebuild essentially the same, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit higher, they really shouldn't have to go through much of a process. So I want you to know that we are expediting that. We absolutely need your help. We need the federal help. You're a
You've
builder.
got it, I told you. You will have no permit problem. There will be zero delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
And the resource.
I am more worried because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly, and they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste. What's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous.
Nope.
I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight.
And we will.
Okay, good.
You can come back and check.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I represent the areas of Altadena and Pasadena.
Yes.
That's the Eaton fire, and there is a world of hurt there. I know that you've gone to the Palisades and you've seen the devastation,
Right.
but it's apocalyptic in Altadena, and thank goodness I have a partner with Supervisor Catherine Barger in working to help people get back to normal and to rebuild. But right now they have nothing, and there have been 9,500 structures burned. Most of the deaths have occurred in our area with the Eaton fire, and thousands of people are without homes. And these are working people. These are working class people. They are people like Dr. Jackie Jacobs, who was an educator all her life and then finally became the first black administrator of her educational institution, Pasadena City College, and then retired, now 88 years old, and then her home of 30 years burned in Altadena.
Yeah.
She has nothing. She left with only the clothes on her back. She has nothing. And so they need this help. And I just want to make sure that you remember the people in Altadena and Pasadena, and that you can come there and see how terrible the devastation has been there so that they can get the help that they need.
Just remember one thing, and I like the way you express yourself beautifully, actually, but I've only been here 3 days, and I'll do a great job. But we had another president, and this took place during the life of another president, not me. But I'm going to be the president that's going to help you fix it, because he would not have been able to help you fix it.
You wouldn't have come here and answered a single
we'll
question.
We'll take care of it. We'll take care of it, and we'll work closely.
So everybody wants to pitch
We'll
their
work closely,
district.
and I know your community was really devastated, incredibly. So we understand that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm just going to follow up. Supervisor
Yes, please,
Catherine
go ahead.
Barger, and I also represent Altadena. And what I tell people is, people of Altadena are the exact people you talked to when you were running. You've got individuals from every walk of life, and it is actually at one time was the only place African Americans could purchase homes. It was redlined. And so you've got a lot of generational wealth there. And one of the commitments I've made, and we've had meetings with some of your people in HUD that you've got there now, to work with them and work with your administration to see how we can help. And I've been pleasantly surprised. I know on HUD we've got some asks that we are going to be working with you on. But more importantly, I just really want to emphasize what Congresswoman Chu said, and that is that these are individuals who are feeling forgotten. And what I tell them is, and when we invited you out here, I told, when I went to the AME church, this president was talking to you when he was running. You understand the difficulty in making ends meet. You understand the high cost of living. And now their biggest fear is that that's going to impact their ability to rebuild. And I have made them this commitment, because this is my last term, that for the next 4 years, you talk about 18 months, I've told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then get another job. Because we are an all hands on deck.
Good.
And quite frankly, if the bureaucracy can't get out of the way, we'll just roll over it. And we've said that, and we've made it clear. The governor's waived CEQA, which I feel should be completely reformed, if not eliminated. And if it's being eliminated for this.
How are they doing with CEQA?
How are they doing?
How
with
is it? What's been the attitude of the people running that whole situation?
It adds sometimes years on to an application.
Can't do it. Can't.
No, and the governor's
And
waived-
Coastal Commission also.
He waived that
We're
as
going to have to override the Coastal Commission because
Right.
I've dealt with the Coastal Commission for a long time, and they are considered the most difficult in the entire country. And we cannot have them play their games and wait 10 years to give somebody a permit. In fact, I'm going to override the Coastal Commission. I'm not going to let them get away with their antics.
Well,
Okay?
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Trump didn't forget anybody.
Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your leadership on California water policy. You made it a priority from day one. For those of us in the Central Valley and Northern California, we have catastrophic wildfires as well. California is a wildfire-prone area, so ensuring reliable, stable water supplies is critical. And so your leadership, your executive order, moving more water, maximizing flows throughout the state of California, building more water storage, more conveyance, coordinating the...
It would have a great impact on, I know your area very well. It would have an unbelievable impact on your area.
Absolutely. We just want to thank you for making it a priority.
You know, even beyond the fire stuff, the farms. I was driving up with congressmen a few years ago because they were complaining they had no water. And I was driving up, and you'll see all of this incredible land, but it's absolutely bone dry. And then you'll see little green patches, and the green patches are so beautiful. You know, they have that land, they say it's as good as Iowa farmland, but it has no water. And it's artificial, has no water. They send the water out into the Pacific Ocean. And when we let that water come through your valleys and down to Los Angeles and everything, you're going to have a different place. It's going to be a whole different place. And you guys have to get together and say, gee, we want it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So at least you said that, and I appreciate it. Because your farmers will be able to, instead of having 1 acre out of 100, which is all they have, they'll be able to have 100 acres out of 100. And it's among the best, they say it's the best farmland just about in the country, as good as any place there is. So, but you can't, it's no good without water. So that's beyond the fire stuff. But today we're talking about fire. But it's good for everything. So I hope you can lead a group. And Daryl, if you can lead a group, I know how you feel. And, you know, support what I'm doing, because what I'm doing, I guess, is controversial. I don't know what's controversial about sending millions and millions of gallons of beautiful fresh water from the Pacific Northwest and further up than even that into an area that's bone dry. We have to, you know, I have a house in Beverly Hills, and you get notices every once in a while. They want you to go down to 38 gallons per person or something, per house, per person. I say, you mean you can only have, 38 gallons sounds like a lot. It's not a lot. And they want to do that every once in a while, and you just think it's ridiculous when you have like just about as much water as anybody in the country, and we shouldn't be in a position where you have tumbleweed that's dry as a bone, that even tumbleweed can be nice and green and rich and loaded up with water, and it's not going to burn. You don't even have to remove it. It's not going to burn, but it's just dry. So I hope you can all get together and say, I'm so happy with the water that's going to be flowing down, because I just don't see anything. They talk about the Delta smelt, which is a fish that's this big, but it is really not, doesn't have to be protected because it's in other areas. It's in numerous other areas. So it doesn't have to be protected. The people of California have to be protected.
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Smart.
Mr. President, could I just speak for a moment? Kevin Kiley, California.
Yes.
First of all, you're absolutely right about the Coastal Commission. I've introduced legislation to rein them in. We've been talking with Rick about this.
They're out of control.
Absolutely out of control. It's insane the things they've been getting away with.
I think they thrive on it, actually, if you want to know the truth. It's so ridiculous.
That's right. They even tried to stop SpaceX from launching rockets. It's just
That's true.
But you mentioned your predecessor and how he didn't fix the situation, which is absolutely right. Not only that, during the Calder fire, which was a few years ago, which was in my district, 600 people lost their homes in a town called Grizzly Flat. He came and he promised that he would help them out, but he broke that promise many times. He never delivered them the individual assistance they were asking for. So this has underscored for me the importance of helping the victims, making sure in this situation, in every fire, we get money to the victims. and we make sure that, that nothing stands in the way of that. But I just want to thank you for your focus on bringing sanity to California, water and fire policy. There's no place that needs a revolution in common sense quite like California.
You have
That's
so much water. Use it and be happy about it.
Mr. President,
be happy.
Mr. President, my name is Joel Pollack, and I am a journalist with Breitbart News,
Heck
but
yeah.
I happen to live in the Pacific Palisades.
What's up, Joel?
As do other colleagues.
Breitbart.
One colleague, John Kahn, wrote the song Fighter, which you played at your campaign rallies. He lost his house and the studio he wrote that song in. We were lucky because I was able to fight the fire on my fence. But when I got to my house, there was no water in the pipes. So I got inside and I picked up the flower vases because I give my wife flowers every week, and there was water there, and we started with that. Then I found my son's bucket of baseballs, and I dumped the baseballs on the ground, and I used the bucket. But there was still no water, except for the water in the gutter coming from the burnt homes uphill. So I went to and fro to my gutter and my fence with my bucket. 2 guys showed up in a truck, 2 neighbors. We found 2 more buckets, bucket after bucket after bucket. Many of my neighbors, including some here, tried to fight the fires. They couldn't. We were lucky our house was saved. But we should not have to rely on buckets to put out a fire.
That's right.
You can't stop an 80-mile-per-hour wind or 100-mile-per-hour wind, but there were many things that went wrong here that are basic and small. We did not have traffic police to guide the evacuation, so there was gridlock on Sunset. They've removed the vehicles now, but there were dozens of vehicles that were abandoned by drivers who fled for their lives because there were no traffic cops available. The fire department wasn't pre-deployed, even though there was an extreme wind event coming. And many of my neighbors lost their fire insurance in the days before the blaze. So I asked my neighbors, what would they want to know if I could ask the president a question? And the number one thing was insurance. Can you work with the insurance companies to get people back to where they were before they lost the coverage because of California's regulations? And can you make California change its rules so that when we build again, we can get fire insurance and we don't have to worry? And there's one other point I want to make. I really appreciate my congressman advocating for money. We need the money from the federal government. But I also understand Americans who are tired of spending money on California when disasters happen, and the California government passes $50 million to oppose your policies. So they have $50 million for that, but not for moving people into rental homes or helping people relocate or rebuild. I would like to ask you to follow the 9/11 Commission precedent and appoint a special master to watch the money, to make sure that every federal dollar that gets spent here is spent on fire relief and rebuilding and not on everything else.
On woke California crap!
Good idea. Here's a good one right over here. I don't know if you, do we all like
He's
Rick?
very
He
busy.
was ambassador to Germany. He was fantastic. Angela Merkel's happiest day ever in her history, and she had a long history, was the day I removed him from there and put him in charge of a very high level of intelligence and intelligent people, but they were not intelligent enough to fool him. But Rick Grinnell has been fantastic, and he lives here, and I don't know if you want to either think about it or recommend some people, or get together and recommend some people as a group, which is fine. But Rick would be somebody that I would certainly consider. And Breitbart is fantastic, by the way. Congratulations on that.
Shout out.
And I was so impressed with the firefighters I met before. And they said that, you know, I asked them how many of the pumps, how many of the hydrants were working. And it was a, you know, large percentage of them were not working at all. They had no water. And the ones that did have water didn't have a lot of pressure. And one of the things that was missing, many of you have sprinklers over your living room and your bathroom and your kitchen. I mean, if those sprinklers worked with some pressure, you would have had a much different outcome. So we're going to work on that. I think in terms of that, Rick Grinnell would be good, or Rick, you'll head up a group of people that would recommend a few people to me, maybe a commission, set up a commission. I like it because we're talking about a lot of money.
Yeah.
The other one is Kelly Loeffler is now the head of small business, And small business is big business. It's actually one of the biggest banks in the world. We call it the Small Business Administration. And she's a cabinet member, full cabinet member. She's fantastic. Her husband is the head of the New York Stock Exchange, so they know something about money and other exchanges, actually. Fantastic people. And she wants to come here almost immediately after she gets approved. She wants to come here and open up small business to the area because they have a lot of money. I always say the small business is actually very big business when you add it all up.
The bread and butter of
she's gonna
America,
come here,
baby.
and it's a very important thing. I want to thank also the First Lady because she wanted to come here. She wanted to be here. She has so many friends, and she also wanted to see North Carolina because that was another disaster that was so bad, so different, but so bad. And she just wanted to go there. We said we're going to stop at one, and then we're going to the other. In many respects, it was a depressing day, but in many respects, it was a beautiful day because the spirit is so incredible. North Carolina and here, very, very similar situation. Different, so different and yet so similar, actually. And so I just thought it was very nice. You wanted to be here, and we appreciate that.
Shout out to Melania in the house.
Jay?
Media.
Is that local? You gotta. I don't want to be the only one to give you permits like in one day, and then I find out that the cities, the towns, and the state is not going to give you permits. And you know, the problem with permits, it only takes one. You might need 7 different permits. You shouldn't have any at this point. You should just let them build. And you know, you're only as good as the weakest one. So if you have one that's going to hold you up, but the others are going to give it to you in 24 hours.
Right, like plumbing,
it's not gonna help you very
electrical,
much.
steel,
So they have to work on that.
engineering.
It's what everybody said.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity. Yes.
6 months is no good.
Yeah.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And you know, we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe, and we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't
Yes,
cost
and
a
they
lot.
can,
You
and
should
they are
let them
able
do
to-
it because
No, no,
by the
they
time you
can do
hire
that.
contractors, it's
Right.
going to be 2 years.
If a family...
People are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can
There's
do
not
that.
that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract
If
that's going to
individuals
charge him
want to build-
$25,000 to do his lot. I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked,
signed
I
an
mean, you have a
emergency
very powerful
declaration.
emergency power, and you
Yes.
can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can. Well, yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most
a
important
week
thing
is
is
a
for
long
people
time.
to be safe.
They're safe. They're safe.
They're
You know what?
safe
They're not
enough.
safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
Last night.
And that was last night.
On that. Right.
Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and during the interim, many of us are involved in, and Tom McClintock, who you know has been an expert on this for years,
That's right.
we are going to be putting conditions on the money that do two things. Require that it be done timely and affordable, and then secondly, that we protect those who will come afterwards. As we speak, there are 6,000 acres burning in my district on the Mexican border. There will be more fires until we include in any disaster relief items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those. The hooks-
Like water.
Yeah.
Little
We're
things
gonna
like
do
water.
that for them.
You know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. You're not, in all fairness.
Yes, sir.
We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm Jay Obernolte. My district is just a bit east of here.
Yep.
And you were talking about the need to better manage our forests and our wildlands to prevent this from happening again. And you were so right about that. Just last year, a couple months ago in October, they put out a fire. The line fire in my district was over twice as big as the Palisades fire. And they put it out less than a mile from my house in an area where we had done thinning, and they stopped the fire, Mr. President, on a fire break that we had built a couple of years ago.
That's right.
We have an area just on the other side of my community that hasn't been thinned in decades because it's being held up by a lawsuit from an environmental group that says we're going to reduce habitat. Mr. President, we need to, in addition to getting resources and boots on the ground to do this treatment, we need to reform our legal system to prevent these lawsuits from tying up these projects for years and years and years. And not to say that the merit shouldn't be heard, but we need to hear them and we need to move on, resolve them.
Is this a state group? State or federal group?
This is a local group, actually, Mr. President, but they have help from the state.
They
and
use the
federal.
environment to make themselves feel good, and they're destroying our country. And you've got to, at some point, you've got to put your foot down. I know exactly what you're talking. You have local and state groups, and you have federal groups too. And you got to fight them the right way, because you'll never, even if the mayor gives, you're going to have a local group come in and sue. You're not allowed to go on your property. They're going to talk about asbestos and every other thing. They want to go on their property, and they want to clean out their property. And you cannot let anything get in their way. And you'll have this place built up quickly, beautiful. It'll be more beautiful than before. And I would do one other thing. I'd give them a 10%, 15% bonus on their house, because they went through hell. And they should be allowed to build a little bit, give them a little bit lot line bonus, give them a bonus on size, maybe a little bonus on height. They went through hell. You know, some of them had houses where they were restricted. They have to have an 8-foot ceiling. You let them have a 10-foot ceiling. Let them build a nice house, a nicer house than they had before. But I would give them a 10 or a 15% bonus on their plans. And I think it would be very well received, because they'll be able to build a little bit nicer house. Do you like that idea, by the way? They deserve it. Because you know what? It's not their fault that this fire took place. This fire took place, could have been stopped. It's not their fault. It's not the homeowner's fault.
Shouldn't have
And
happened.
I think they should be entitled to a bonus on their house. Okay.
Mr.
Sir,
President.
Go ahead.
thank you. Some good news from Paradise. We stood together there 6 years ago, along with the
terrible.
governor.
That was so
Is
terrible.
that 3,400 homes have been rebuilt out of the 18,000 lost, and there's 400 more in the wings. And so FEMA was very helpful. Now my colleague who has Altadena here, probably a very similar situation. Clearing the lots, they're probably going to have to clear about a foot worth of soil underneath those foundations to get the toxicity out. So they'll need a lot of help. Those are working class folks in Altadena.
And we did a good job with you
And
people.
FEMA was extremely helpful.
Yep.
30,000.
That was the old days when FEMA was good. FEMA's no good anymore.
Yeah.
That was when we ran it. FEMA was very good, but now FEMA's not good.
We got to get them on track. But on the water, thanks so much for your strong efforts on that. Right now, Lake Shasta, which is in my district, is dumping more water than what is coming in. So is Folsom Lake. And those are federal projects that should be building up because we're latter January here. And there's not, you can't count on the rain and the snow coming every year. And so if we don't fill those projects, then my colleague in San Joaquin Valley isn't going to get his water for his farmers. Well, it might be all right up in the north. They aren't going to get it. And then the water needs to go through aqueduct for Southern Cal to refill maybe the Santa Ynez Reservoir that was empty during this.
You know, you don't even need reservoirs. With the water coming down, you don't need the reservoir. You have so much water, you don't need it. You only have reservoirs because you're trying to hold water. But you have natural water coming down along the coast. It's for 1 million years it's been coming. You know that, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, you have a lot of half pipe. In other words, you have the half pipe that's built, and it hasn't been used. You see, it's bone dry. No water's been in that half pipe for years and years. It was closed up years ago.
Had the reservoir,
It's already
sorry.
there. Yeah.
Had
You
the
got it, you
reservoir
got it.
above Santa Palisades been full, they wouldn't have run out of water in a few hours. It would have gone for at least a few days with 40 acre feet out of 600,000
That
acre feet.
reservoir's
was
been
it.
empty for a long time.
Yep.
It shouldn't have been empty. Okay. Any other
Thank you.
questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, my name is Tracy Park. I represent the people of the Pacific Palisades on the LA City Council. I wanted to thank you for your loyal support to our military, our police officers, and especially our firefighters.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My top priority going forward is to get these men and women home as soon as possible and open up the pathway to begin their rebuilding process. It was the Army Corps of Engineers who announced last night that it would be 18 months. I am fully committed to doing my part on the ground with our state agencies and our city
Good.
and our county partners to speed this up.
Good.
I just ask for your ongoing partnership with FEMA and the EPA and our other federal agencies to make sure that we have a commitment across all layers of government to get these people back home. Thank you, sir.
I do, thank you very much. It's well said. I do have to say FEMA is a big disappointment. We had it working well. We had great people, but FEMA's not good anymore. What FEMA did in North Carolina, you know, they still haven't even gone to certain areas. They don't know what they're doing. And I say, you don't need FEMA. You need a good state government. And when you have a problem in Los Angeles or when you have a problem even in the state of California, you have your own, essentially FEMA. You fix it yourself.
Right.
You don't have somebody coming in from a state where they have no idea, like Florida. They come in from hurricanes. They have people staying in Alaska. And now they see, oh, this is very nice. But by the time they get familiar with it, they don't know anything. The FEMA is a very expensive, in my opinion, mostly failed situation. We had great people. We did some great jobs. But each state should take care of their problem and get money from the federal government. It would be so much better, so much more efficient. So we're looking at that because we have had, and you're going to have problems with FEMA too. You've already had problems with FEMA. FEMA doesn't even show up. It takes weeks before they even show up. And what happens is the state then
Melania's
relies
shaking
on
her head
FEMA,
like, yeah.
and nobody does anything because FEMA doesn't show up. So it's not a good situation. So we'll make some recommendations on that. But you have to push like hell to get the permits because I'm just hearing things that I don't like to hear. I think you're not going to get your permits as fast as People are saying we have to get them. And Mayor, if I can help you at all in that regard, you'll let me know. But you're going to have all your federal permits. That's going to be the easy part, which, by the way, is by far the hardest part. You know who controls your water is Department of Commerce, and I already have that approval. And that's usually a very long process, but that's the hard part was the federal, but we already have that done. So anything I can do, please let me know. Please, go ahead. You lost all your schools. You lost your 4 schools? Were they completely burned down, the schools? Wow. All of them? All of them?
Terrible.
No, you can't. No.
That's right.
Well, I'm going to ask Rick to set, I think right from this table, you might put a couple of the fire guys back there on that I just met, okay? Because they're really good. But get a group and figure out how we can do the processing faster.
Mr. President, if I can just defend FEMA a little bit.
Yeah.
No.
They brought thousands of people in.
This guy.
I don't know how they're doing in other states. They're doing a good job for us here. They've got a huge center that's open from 9 in the morning till 8 at night. But also, when you have a disaster this size, you need to be able to deploy thousands of people, which they've been able to do. Now, California, if we did it on our own, maybe we'd have thousands of people.
You do.
But if Rhode Island has
You
a
do.
Palisades disaster, are they then supposed to keep
How many
thousands-
people do you have in California? 36? How many million? How many million people do you have?
But
You have 40 million people. You're not going to get a few thousand people? The problem with FEMA is they come from all over the country. They end up in arguments with your people from California because they want to do it a totally different way. And
They're getting
I can live
along fine.
either way, but you haven't gotten very much done with FEMA and all you have to do is look at North Carolina. It's one of the great disasters of all time.
And Mr.
Defend
President, you
FEMA.
can't have Rhode Island maintain a staff of thousands and thousands of people waiting to see if they have a disaster.
They have
You know who
water
came in
there,
and fixed
okay?
North Carolina or the process? Other states, people from all over the country came. And you have the same thing. You have a lot of people from all over the country. Getting the people is not a problem. Getting the organization's a big problem. FEMA's incompetently run, and it costs about 3 times more than it should cost.
I'm hoping
we
that
can
you can
spend
get a
money
better
on
run.
schools instead of giving money to bureaucracy. It takes you so much longer.
Just say yes, Mr. President.
It takes you so much longer.
FEMA for helping our people.
FEMA has a standard, Brad, and I'm a builder. I was a very good builder. FEMA has a standard that's so slow. They want permit on permit on permit, and then they want permits on top of that. If you use FEMA, you'll be here for a long time. What I'm saying is get the city, get the state to give you immediate 24-hour permits. These people are going to build their own homes. They're going to get them built fast. How many of the people, could I ask you one question? How many of the people, what are people going to do for financing? What are people going to do? How many people can build a home, percentage-wise, like where they don't have to go out and get funds? Some people are just not going to be able to rebuild their home because they have a beautiful home, but they don't
no
have
insurance.
Cash, right?
No insurance.
So what are
Burnt to the
people
ground.
looking to do in that case? You're going to have a big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half
Well, you
million
know,
dollar
you did something,
loss.
Brad, where every insurance company in the country left California.
Yeah, why is that?
That's why you have no insurance,
Yeah.
because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible.
Yes.
And you know,
Brad, me?
Yes.
every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll
you
tell
know
you this.
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said like 6 months ago they all left, and 2 years ago they had different quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We had a lot of insurance companies pull out, but I have no
And
idea.
the insurance companies actually have been warning you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, okay?
Who is?
They have their big drawbacks too. But the insurance company, I read the papers very well. And, they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying, we want water. You don't have water. You're supposed to get fire insurance. And the insurance company goes, you don't have any water in your fire hydrants. So it's a tough situation. I'm not a big fan of insurance companies. I get that.
They're pulling out of Florida
Brad,
as
you
well.
lost your insurance company 6 months ago because the state wouldn't give them what they had to have.
Yeah, and now you want
Mr.
America to
President,
insure
I
you.
remember the
Go ahead,
creek-
please. Go ahead.
I'm Ed Ring from the California Policy Center, and in the matter of prevention of fires, in the matter of the cost of rebuilding, both of which affect insurance rates, I think one, to support something one of the other participants said, a reform you might consider, and it could be an act of Congress, is that the losers in environmentalist lawsuits pays the legal fees. And I think that would be a big step in the right direction.
Oh, you mean loser pays. I love that. Well, if you did loser pays, you could cut your courts in you could cut them down about 90%. Loser pays. You know what would also benefit? Medical. If you had loser pays for medical, your medical costs would go down by 50%. That's an interesting thing. I bring that up, but the only problem? The strongest lobby in the world. You know what it is?
Trial lawyers.
The lawyer lobby.
Yeah.
So when you go back to your local congressman, hello, congressman, how about going against the lawyers for a little while? No, loser pay is, very good. In Europe, they use it in certain parts of Europe, and they have very little litigations, right? Yes, please.
Mr. President, I represent the 27th Congressional District, which is on the north side of the North San Fernando Valley through Santa Clarita and Lancaster and Palmdale. I just wanted to tell you a story of heroism. Yesterday, we had another big fire. We had several big fires across, and this fire was moving fast. It was moving 1,000 feet per minute. But what these heroes did, the firefighters and the sheriffs and the law enforcement officials, they mobilized 4,000 people within about 6 hours. They mobilized 20 air attack aircraft and helicopters, and they saved the city of Castaic. And so I just wanted to ask you to join us in recognizing those amazing heroes.
I love that.
That's fast. That's like a 5-minute mile. That's fast.
I think the thing that we all, and I'm very encouraged by your words, we're all here to help the folks here, right?
That's right.
And your words about building quickly, building well, but building quickly is what I think we are all here to do. And I think if we can take that spirit out of today, it is really important that you and your wife are here. If we can take that spirit, we're going to help these people as quickly as possible, get them back on their feet, and recreate these amazing communities that we have here.
And you'll take the word spirit, such a great word, such an important word. You'll take their guts away. You'll take their spirit away if you don't give the permits. You're going to take their guts. They're going to say, all of a sudden they'll start looking for houses, and your whole thing is going to blow up on you. These people want to get going. This place can go quickly, but you don't want to take their spirit away, and that will take their spirit away. So you're 100% right. Yes, sir. Thank you. Right. That's right. Oh, you noticed that. Oh, look at this guy. He studies that. No, Bank of America, they're not nice. Sounds very nice. The Bank of America, they're not nice. Well, we're starting to do, we're doing numbers on banks, yeah. We're doing it. Is that Leonard Boxer next to you? Leonard? Huh? We have Leonard, and we have, oh, there's Skip. I have them all here, huh? Look at Skip. I haven't seen you in a long time. You used to be a very good golfer. You still a good golfer? Huh? And he's a good guy, too. Hi, Skip. You got them all, huh? Got Leonard, Skip. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say Paradise is coming back because of the help that you gave us. And we really want to thank you for that. And that's why we're here also, is because we want to help our
We did a good job with Paradise, didn't we? What a fire that was.
It was a terrible
We've
fire.
had many people were found, and only the certain type of German Shepherd could even find it, right? You could not tell. The dog would go right up. There's the body. And the incineration was so horrible. So horrible.
And when we see the same devastation.
So Paradise is going good, right?
It's going good. We're coming back. And
Yeah,
it's
it's
because
good.
of the help, and we want to help our brothers and sisters here in LA to come back too. And I know that's what you're going to do. And so we really appreciate that. But from Paradise to the Palisades, the problem is fuel. It's the fuel, the vegetation, the dry grasses, the chaparral. There's a tremendous amount of it, and we're not.
You got to
doing
remove
enough.
it. You got to remove it, and you got to remove it, and you got to do the other things that we've said 10 times. I mean,
Right.
you got to remove it. You just can't have it. I see it
we're-
even now. I saw the fire. We flew over it, and you got a lot of dry stuff. It's bone dry.
And the environmental.
And you know, I predicted this 7 years ago. I said, "Do it, get it done," and everybody laughed. They thought it was. I said, "Forest management." They thought it was such a funny term. Ha ha ha! That's so funny. Now it's not funny anymore.
No,
you
no
know,
one's
we were
laughing
right.
now.
It's number one cause of these fires. Number one cause.
You wouldn't have any fires.
Right. And if we just remove those environmental regulations, NEPA, CEQA at the state level, that get in the way of us doing those projects.
It's all a con job, you know that, right? It's all
Berry,
a big,
Berry
it's all a
Creek,
big con
the
job.
town of Berry Creek in my district.
Yeah.
CEQA stopped them from doing a fuel reduction project. They said 18 months. That's where 18 months comes from, because at least 18 months on a CEQA review. That community is no longer here today because of the North Complex fire. We didn't build that project. We need to make sure that never happens again. We have to stop those things from happening so we don't have.
Well, it will
Paradise
happen
in
here.
Palisades.
Unless you're very strong as a group of people and demand that you have the right to go onto your property and start the process immediately, like tomorrow. How many people did I see on your street where they're standing in front of their lot? The house is, there's really not much demolition. It's incinerated, right? So it's not like a lot of stuff. It's not like you have 3 stories worth of concrete. It's all incinerated. And all of the people were standing there and they weren't allowed to even go onto their lot. You got to let them do. If you can do that, you're going to see this thing go like wildfire. And if you don't, you're going to have those lots for years because people are going to leave. They're going to, as much as you love your location and your place, and you're in the real estate business.
You got to have a house.
As much as you love your location and your site, your housing sites, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. They're going to find other things. They're not going to put up with it. They have spirit now, but in a year from now, they won't have spirit if you don't let them go. So just harness it. Well, I think, look, I'm going to give you everything you want. I'm going to give you more than any president would have ever given you. If most presidents wouldn't be here, number one. They certainly wouldn't be here after 3 days. They would not be here. I can tell you that.
I'm not taking questions like this. Joe Biden couldn't do anything even close.
We're going to
this.
override all of permitting. The only thing you have to do is get your state people, which should be very easily, because that's literally so easy to do. And I know the mayor, and I know she's working very hard, but she's got very powerful emergency. It's called an emergency petition, and you can petition very quickly. And I just hope you can give them, because it's very rare that the federal government would be ahead of the state government, because the federal permits are much tougher. But you essentially already have your permits. You can just go and go wild. Brad, as soon as you can get those permits, whatever you can do, if you can put that genius of yours to work on getting a permit, you'll be doing much better than some of the other things you've said, okay? But we do appreciate you. So, Mayor, could I just leave you with that? It's a big permitting deal. We're going to be back, and I'm going to put Rick in charge of just representing me for a period of time until we figure out exactly who we want to do it, whether we want a commission or an individual. You know, if you have a good individual, if you have a really good individual, and they are rare, but if you have a really good individual, it's always better than a commission, because a commission gets bogged down a little bit, Daryl, right? So it's if you had the right individual, and I know we do. We have a lot of great individuals in this community, but it's an honor to be with you. It was an honor to be with your firemen before and your policemen. We met some great people, and these are people that are leaders, and they're just fantastic. It's a fantastic group of people, and they were very brave. I want to tell you, your fire people are so well thought of. You had big fires, and it was hard to put them out, but boy, were they brave. They were really fighting against a tough thing, and everybody in the country knows it.
Shout out.
Everybody in the country knows it. And it was an honor to be with you. So I'll be back, and we'll work very hard. And I hope you guys can start doing your cleanup starting like tomorrow at around 12 o'clock, okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President. All right. So, wow, that was a lot there. And it was interesting to see him interfacing with all of these people. And the tone was a little bit different. I think that we saw, as Trump was coming in here, there are a lot of people in the media were saying, what is Trump doing? He's going to withhold resources from California unless they do voting rights, or unless, Gavin Newsom promises whatever, making it more adversarial than I think Trump is. They like to, Trump is trying to divide the country and all that stuff. Not true at all, clearly. He was there. You're going to get everything that you need, even though in many ways you don't exactly deserve it, because we've been giving you stuff for tons of years. Fires happening every season. You can't figure out your water. You can't keep insurance companies there. And the whole state is largely a mess. I mean, let's just be real. It's California. Everybody knows it. It's like a laughing joke for most of the country. Oh, California, great. So he's there. Now, despite our criticisms of California, they're still California. They're still our brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers, and there are American citizens. And we hope that maybe they'll learn something from this experience, that Trump and the Republicans can actually give you some ideas so you can manage your state without it burning to the ground every so often. So a great press conference there from the president. And as he was speaking, I saw Dan Scavino also posted this, and just to show you how bad this stuff is, this is what Trump saw when he was flying over California today. And just look at this devastation, okay? I mean, it's like a bomb went off, like no joke. This is from Dan Scavino, who travels around with Trump. He's the assistant to the president. So he was filming this, it looks like, from on high. And it's just horrible. It does look like a bomb went off. So what exactly do you do about that? You can just see house after house just burnt to the ground. So the president just saw that. You can see why he wants people to be able to build rapidly. And he's still there mixing and mingling with some folks. And so we'll let that play out there in the background. Now, since that went so long, we also have some other updates that we can keep our eyes on, because the Senate is now back in session. And let's see where we're at on this one. Hegseth vote should be in like 7 minutes. And there's nothing happening there right now, but it does look like there is a little bit more activity. Some people are piling in. The vote should be starting in 7 minutes. And so we'll just hang tight. We'll see what happens with this. But we also had some amazing super chats that came in. And we'll say hello to our friends there as well. And let's see how I can better situate
Mr.
this
President.
one.
The senator from Mississippi. I suggest the quorum call be dismissed. Without objection. Mr. President, I agree with my friend from Rhode Island, the distinguished ranking member of the committee, that this is something senators need to think very carefully about. And I would remind my friend and my fellow senators and my fellow Americans that the voters of the United States spoke very strongly and very firmly and overwhelmingly.
That's right, we did.
On the first Tuesday of November for change. And over 75,000 Americans voted for change, not only domestically, which we're seeing being fulfilled even in the first week of this term, but also on the international scene. The United States needs to return to a position of strength. And through that strength and through that military might, we can assure peace for a generation. So I think one of the things that over 75 million Americans.
All right. Thank you, C-SPAN. We're in the middle of a live stream right now. We would appreciate some functional video. All right. So let's take a look at this link. See if this one's working.
The more impressed I am with his character and with his ability to withstand the slings and arrows that we see in politics and in government today. Pete Hegseth is ready to put forward the program of President Donald Trump. And he has satisfied me that he will be a change agent in the Department of Defense and that he's the person we need. He's the president's choice, and we owe it to this commander-in-chief to put him in this position unless he's not qualified for the office. He's a major. Mr. Hegseth is a retired major from the Army National Guard. He's had multiple combat tours of duty, and then he's come back and he's had some struggles. He's had some PTSD, and there are thousands and thousands of his comrades who have experienced the same thing, experienced problems after they came back, but he's overcome those. And those thousands of young officers and people who've been in combat for the United States are watching the United States Senate tonight, even so. And they're watching to see whether we've listened to the dreams and to the plans and to the hopes of this young man as the next Secretary of Defense. I agree with my friend. We should look carefully. But once we look carefully, I think we will decide that this president, who's had this mandate, is entitled to this remarkable young man as his Secretary of Defense.
Give Trump his
I'm going
cabinet.
to vote for him early and enthusiastically, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield the floor.
All right. Thank you, Mississippi.
All post-cloture time has expired. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
Yes.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn.
Marsha Blackburn.
Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons.
Susan was a no.
Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz.
Try to find a count.
Mr. Curtis.
Even the cables don't have a good count right
Mr.
now.
Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty.
They're looking at the cameras. Mike Lee.
Ms. Hassan.
These two guys.
Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich.
Is this just a roll call?
Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven.
No, I think they're voting.
Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
Yeah, they're voting.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy.
Waiting for McConnell.
Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan.
Is Kennedy in a tux? Here's Senator Kennedy walking around.
Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick.
Couldn't hear it.
Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moody. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran.
Don't know how
Mr.
McConnell
Moreno.
voted.
Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski.
She should be a no.
Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen.
Here's what the time says for their count, but
Warner.
obviously a lot more people than that have
Mr.
voted.
Warnock.
Thank you for that, Mark Clemens.
Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Is that it? Do we have any Z's?
Senators voting in the affirmative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moreno, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Hassan? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Ms. Slotkin? Senators voting in the negative. Mr. Husted? Aye. Senators voting in the negative. Baldwin, Blumenthal, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Reed,
McConnell.
Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, and Wyden. Mr. Crapo, aye.
Okay, so
Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Moody,
Cotton
aye.
and Moody just returned together. People still making their way to the floor. There's Cotton and Moody right there. Moody just got appointed there by Ron. So we still got some time for votes to come in. Let's see what the New York Times was saying for us. Here's their live count, but I don't think they have everybody. I think
Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no.
Murkowski
Corner, no.
from Alaska. Yeah, I think the New York Times, they're still trying to figure it out, man. They got a bunch of people scrambling to fill in these bubbles.
Ms. Also Brooks, no.
So Murkowski, Collins. Collins and Murkowski are definite no's. Those are recorded as no's. So if one more goes over, then JD can be a tiebreaker.
Mrs. Capito, aye.
Don't have anything on McConnell yet. Trump thought McConnell would be a no, but we don't have that in yet. Every single Democrat will vote no. But we're waiting for that third Republican. If there is a third Republican that votes no, I think J.D. Vance has to come in and break the tie. So that could be interesting. But hopefully they just get it 51 to whatever the number is.
Mr. Ossoff, no.
Ossoff's Democrat, Georgia. All right, hey, Fox News has a little bit of a counter now. This one looks pretty good, actually. So you can see here, Fox News, 33 yeses, no's at 24.
Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Risch, aye.
So we got a bunch of senators that have not voted yet. Get their butts in there. I don't know how much time they have. 15 minutes, maybe.
Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
All right, while we're waiting here, let's say hello to our friends who sent in some additional super
Mr.
chats.
Kramer, aye.
You guys are amazing. Kramer. We'll see if Mitch McConnell comes
Warren.
out.
No.
Wolfgang, what's up? Says, just, boosting naval intelligence measures just by showing how to easily
Toronto.
change one's identity.
No.
Ice raids, chef's kiss. Several from Wolfgang says, what is truth, Pontius Pilate? It's easy to subvert or to distort AI. It's like how Bernie bros get all Marxy, yet they have no substance. Howie Bowen. What's up, Wolfgang? Thanks to Biden, I realized why the military oath is to defend the U.S. Constitution and not to defend America, yet others couldn't comprehend. Says
Mr. Rosen, no.
Nook the Dodgers Stadium.
Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
Blows out fire, helps with planning for building in the Olympic Stadium for LA. What the Dodgers? What? Dodgers get an upgrade? LOL. Wolfgang, dig into San Andreas and break California into the ocean. Well, the San Andreas Fault may do that on its own. I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon or if it's going to be a million years or whatever, but there's a concern there. Wolfgang says, let citizens volunteer to clean up the debris. Why FEMA classes but no safety or volunteer classes? Get this started tonight and expedite the process. All right, Fox News is saying we got 37 yeses, 30 noes. So that's about 2/3, just over 2/3 of the Senate has voted. We're still waiting for 1/3 to come back. Here's what Fox News is showing. 37 to 30 now, so 67 total out of 100. Waiting to see who is coming next. Thank you, Wolfgang, for sending those in. Pac Dean, thank you, Pac Dean, for sending that one in. Very nice, no question, but I appreciate your support tonight. We got this one from Sarah Kreider.
Aye.
Sarah just became a new YouTube member. Thank you, Sarah, for becoming a member. We'll see you tomorrow on the members only morning stream, hopefully with a new Secretary of Defense, Michelle Perkins. What's up, Michelle? Thanks for this. We're working overtime today, no doubt about that. I was not expecting this stream to go this long, but Trump was a little late and ran long, and it just bumped us right into Hegseth. So here we are. Sometimes the universe just works how it works. Thank you, Michelle, for donating. Appreciate you. We've got Michelle. I hope your brother is doing well. Oh, Joey? Yeah, Joey's amazing. Joey's always doing well. He sends me items on Amazon to buy him. He says, buy me this, buy me this. So I've got a couple items I got to get on. I got to get on those. Hey, 200 Watt Studio says Rick Grinnell, a gay man, one of the first people put into Trump's first term and now in his second. I know, but I thought they said Trump was like a bigot, xenophobe, who hated and was going to eliminate all gay people. That didn't happen.
No.
Weird.
Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Warnock, no.
Democrats. 200 Watt Studio says love Melania is right there with him. Yeah, she was there with him all day today. It's nice to see them together. Wolfgang says, why did the insurance companies leave? No idea. Hashtag sarcasm, right? Maybe if they manage their affairs better, the insurance companies wouldn't leave. What's up, Wolfgang? Says, by the way, I saw the JFK files are getting declassified, and people wonder why I was a Kamala voter. Trump elite donor. We have a constitution, and well, I was okay with Kamala getting ... from Wolfgang. Says, my $1,000 in 2020 to the Trump campaign was expressly for flipping Pennsylvania. The return on investment was splendid. Now I have Democrats listening to me. From Wolfgang Deo. Thank you, Wolfgang. Says, from Elf, Rob, you're the man. Thank you for the outstanding stream. Thank you, Elf. Thanks for hanging with us, my man. And thank you for bringing in a bunch of membos today and for hanging with us as we hopefully get a new defense secretary any minute now. Still don't have a vote from McConnell that's being reported by the New York Times, waiting for him. But all the other Republicans have been yeses. The only two right now, Susan and Murkowski. So
Ms. Cantwell, no.
as it stands now, it's looking good, but
Ms. Blunt Rochester, no.
Wolfgang,
Ms. Klobuchar,
no.
no. Mr. Gallego,
Arizona, no.
no.
Wolfgang, waiting for Russian...
Britt, aye.
Wolfgang, waiting for the Russian war sanctions to end. Got $100 in Russian stocks because I predicted our economy would take due to protectionism, and Russia
Mr. Langford, aye.
is still in it. SF8 says, so apparently Adam Schiff can't afford the proper footwear yet. Nice tennis shoes, JV hack. Was Schiff wearing tennies when he was walking around? I didn't see him in those. Interesting. Thank you, SF8122SF in the house. Thank you for that. And Brian Hack says, what's wrong with being a hack? Sad noise. Womp womp. I wasn't talking about you. Being a Brian hack is totally different than being a partisan political hack. One's different. Thank you, Brian.
Mr. Van Hollen. No.
No on that
Mr.
one.
Peters. No.
All right, Fox is reporting it's
Mr.
40 and
Markey.
40.
No.
40 to 40.
Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Schmidt, aye.
Where's Mitch? Look at Kennedy, Senator Kennedy over there. Got a little bow tie on. I think he's in a tux. What's he doing? Where's he going today? Oh, it's over here. You can't see it right there.
Mr. Booker.
There's Kennedy.
No.
There's Ted Cruz.
Cruz. Aye.
Aye, right there. There's Booker. There's McConnell. No, that's Grassley.
Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Aye.
Where's Mitch? We don't know. No eyes on Mitch yet. Hey, Londo. Londo sent in a tip over on Locals. Thank you, Londo. Here's a tip for burning your Friday night. Well, it's great to hang out with you. But my mama's here, actually. So we got pizza and wings here tonight. My mama drove up today. So we're going to go have pizza and wings here soon enough. Okay, cool. Good. They just ordered the pizza and wings. So we're going to have a new defense secretary, and then we're going to have pizza and wings with mama and co. It's going to be great. Hey, Londo, thanks for that. Lenny, thank you for reminding people to smash
Mr. Bozeman, aye.
the like button. Villa Plot, hey, thank you, Villa Plot. Says, thank you, Robert, for staying up late to bring this to us. It's good to hang with you, Villa Plot. It's a big night. It's a big night. It's a big one. Hack Consulting says, Hiroshima is an extremely beautiful city. Thanks to how the U.S. added to their support. Well, I think it's beautiful in spite of the bomb. I don't know that it's beautiful because of the bomb, but yeah, it's
Mr. Welch, no.
getting better. Hack says, the smelt appreciate the help. Let's eat the smelt.
Mr. Paul, aye.
Rand Paul. Oh, you saw Schiff in sneakers on the Senate floor. Oh, okay. I see. Where'd you see those sneakers at? I didn't see them. Hack says, if people volunteered to fill recycling bottles with seawater, then the plastic water bottles could be like water grenades that are dropped out of airplane onto the grounds. That's an interesting idea. So just drop plastic water bottles filled with water. Rand Paul's out of there. He's like, I've had enough. I'm out of here. I can't stay on this place. Peace out. All right, Fox, 45 to 44 is the number as it stands right now. Spud says, Brad is dumb, okay? Don't be Brad. And thank you, BH Williams, for saying thanks for hanging in. This is important to see. Thank you, BH, for that. NY Renal says, executives, mayors, and the presidents can say whatever they want. It starts in the bureaucracy. After 9/11, they claimed the same thing. But the building department was slow as ever, and the middleman in City Hall are the barriers. Thank you for that, NY. So Fox, 45 to 44. We got Mark Wayne Mullins. Looks like he's speaking right now.
He didn't dodge them. He didn't hide from them. He addressed every single one of them, and that's why he was able to win the votes over. Now, we knew we were...
No.
McConnell voted no. That piece of crap. McConnell voted no. That piece of crap.
Mr. Hoven, aye.
Pretty sure that's what I just heard. McConnell votes no. Yep, he voted no. Wow. He sucks. All right, so I think J.D. Vance might have to come in and do a tiebreaker on this tonight. Mitch the Turtle McConnell. God, he's the
Ms.
worst.
Smith, no.
Was that? No, that wasn't her. So
Mr. Cassidy, aye.
J.D. Vance might have to come and break this thing. We got Moran, Tim Scott, and Tom Tillis left. I think they'll probably all be yays. So I think that means we got a tiebreaker. I'm pretty sure. If we read that right earlier. Hey, Mike L., thank you for gifting 5 membos, Mike L. Really nice of you to do that. Welcome aboard, new membo friends. There's Mitch. Hey, thanks, Mitch, for nothing.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
Tim Scott's a yes. Hey, Drew! Hey, Karen says, great job, Rob. Will you give my husband, Drew, a shout out? He's got a tummy bug. Oh, man. Drew, it stinks when you got a tummy bug. And you know what else is also a little awkward? When your wife calls you out as having a tummy bug on a live stream. It's hilarious. Your wife's amazing. Shout out for that. I hope you heal up, man. Nothing is worse than a tummy bug when your stomach has the bubbles, the gurgles. It's not good. Not good. So hopefully you heal up quickly. I don't really have any advice for you. I don't know. When I get the old tummy bug, I kind of just want to be left alone. You know, nobody to talk about me or see me or hear from me or anything about it. So, but I hope it heals quickly. Drink a Sprite or something. Thank you, Karen, for the dono. And I really hope I know I'm kind of being jokey here, but I hope you feel better soon because that sucks, man. Nothing is worse than the stomach bug, especially if it's coming out of both ends. All right. Anyways, what's up, Freddie? Freddie York. Rob, the East Coast meetup can't be anywhere not called South Florida. I got Viva
Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
I got Viva right down the street and all the Brazilian jiu-jitsu you can imagine, plus fishing. So much fishing. Freddie, that sounds awesome. So I was talking to Viva. I was like, man, I want to come out and hang out and see you and say what's up to the fam and everything. And so that's a real possibility that we'll be in Florida at some point. He said I even have a place to stay because he's that much of a gentleman. So I think that might be a real possibility. It'd be fun to come out there and maybe we could do some content with Viva. Go check out the Rumble studio. Check out those guys. See what they're up to. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Thank you, Freddie. Voice of the People says, checking in for the vote. Hey, Mama G. She's upstairs. They ordered the pizza 30 minutes ago. It's going to be here. Going to be here soon. Thank you, Voice, for checking in. Thanks for the dono, my man. All right, so we're waiting on Jerry Moran and Tom Tillis. Fetterman hasn't voted yet. Kristen Gillibrand and Jean Shaheen. We're still waiting on those. Otherwise, it is pretty close. McConnell, yeah, the cables all have this too. Look at McConnell. Man, he's terrible. McConnell votes against Trump. Great. Randy, what's up, Randy? Also becoming a new YouTube membo. Great to have you, Randy. Thank you for that one. We'll see you tomorrow on the membo stream.
No.
Fetterman's no. What's up, Gen X Bean? In the house. FYI, a wedding in the Philippines is cheap, says Gen X Bean. Well, that's good to know. If I want to go over there and get married, is what you're saying?
Mr. Moran, aye.
All right, so Moran's an aye. So Tom Tillis will put it at 50, provided he's a yes, and then JD's going to have to come in and break it. Mitch McConnell's just, man, he sucks. All right. So we got Tom Tillis left. It'll put it at 50. JD will come in.
Mr. Tillis, aye.
Yep, so there it is.
Mrs. Gillibrand,
No. Shaheen will be no. It'll be 50-50. Where's JD? Somebody go find JD. All right, Brad Thorne. Wife and I think Melania has been using hats to avoid deepfakes. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting concept. Perhaps. I kind of thought it was like she just doesn't want... She's like, this is my world, right? The hat is kind of protective in a way. But that's interesting. Deepfakes, too. Thank you, Brad, for the dono.
Mrs. Shaheen,
No. Okay, 50-50, great. So now JD's going to have to come and break the tie. Mitch sucks. All right, thank you for those. All right, Brad Thorne. Freddie York says, you have 2 places to stay, brother. Freddie, thank you, man. That's really generous of you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Florida's great. I've been to Florida a bunch. I used to be a part of this organization that had a bunch of events in Florida. So I've been to, I can't even remember all the places I've been, but like 4 different locations there. It's cool. Florida's cool. Except in July. Then I don't understand it. It feels like you're walking through the ocean. In Arizona, we have no humidity. In Florida, you have 100% humidity. Strange. Wolfgang says, super chatting just to be annoying. Yes on Pete from Wolfgang Deo. Wolfgang, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for the donos and for the comments today. So it's a 50-50 split, courtesy of Fox. Let's see what they're saying.
Process where he has to work and prove himself. I am happy for the Pentagon. I am happy for those who serve in our military. I'm happy for America that he will now have the chance to do what he said he will do to make
Waiting
our
for JD to
military
come out.
prepared, ready to be lethal, and focused on its mission and not anything else that the political class has tried to make it for the past 4 years and probably beyond that, Sean.
Yeah, amazing. The vote is in. It's official, 50-50. J.D. Vance, the vice president, he will be the tie-breaking vote. Clay Travis, when I watch...
Yeah, so we're waiting for him to come out. Here's the scene on the floor. We got Kyle says, even the traitorous Cornyn was I. What the heck, Mitch? Mitch just hates Trump and MAGA for whatever reason. Jennifer says, Off-Label Podcast has rated your live stream. Hey, shout out to our friends at Off-Label Podcast. They're right next door on the platforms, and they do great streams, so you should check it out. Thank you, Jennifer. And shout out to our friend Wolfgang as well. Well, I'm sorry, friend Voice of the People, who's over there with Off-Label. Wolfgang says, McConnell probably knew 50-50 and wanted to be a jerk. Yeah, that's exactly right. He just wants to make it close, and... You know, the Republicans are just not like the Democrats in some way, and the Democrats have it together on these things. They vote in lockstep every time. It's always these squishy loser Republicans like Murkowski and Collins and McConnell who try to do this crap. Hey, what's up? Call Me Legend is here. Call Me Legend. I will. It says best legal blog all around. Thanks for the great content. Pete! In the house from Call Me Legend. Thank you for that one, Call Me Legend. Thanks for being here. All right, someone go get JD Vance. Bring them in here. Hey, P-Dog. What's up, P-Dog Night? Says, nice to be here live on a cold Friday night in Minnesota. Both my senators suck. This vote ain't doing nothing to warm me. Do your thing, JD Vance. Yeah, it's nice to be successful and have this be done, but it'd be nice if the Republicans weren't so just pathetic about it. We got to go drag JD in here now. Thank you, P-Dog Night. Stay warm, my friend. And happy Friday night. It's a beautiful Friday. We got this from Janelle Rella. Janelle Rella in the house. Says, take Mama G to Marino's Italian Kitchen. Authentic Italian food by a chef trained in Italy under a superstar Michelin winner. Best food in Arizona. Marino's Italian Kitchen. Where is this even located? Is this a new one up in North Scottsdale? Marino's Italian. Oh, it's on Tatum. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's in Desert Ridge. Oh, that sounds good. Man, I love good Italian. That sounds awesome. Thank you, Janelle Rella in the house. Thank you for that. Great suggestion. And Michael Roach says, I went to dinner with the kids and now I'm going to bed and you're still on. Keep going, kid. I know it's been a long one. It's been a long one, no doubt. But we got history in the making right now. And so hopefully JD Vance is coming down here so we can close this out with victoriously. What's up? This one came in. Taiwan is the great China. PRC is a knockoff. Yeah, that sounds right. We align with our Taiwanese friends. Rob says, Rhino traitors against the people. The people gave a mandate to the government, and so people vote out the rhinos. Woodchip Bill says, the Republicans are responsible for approving the worst administration in our history, and now we have to play like heck to get our people, even in the administration. It angers me, from Woodchip Bill. Thank you, Woodchip, for that one. Spud says, Rob, if you have to do an event in South Florida, please do it before March 27th before I head north. Glocky, these 3 Republican senators don't bode well for the rest of Trump's appointees. We'll see. Maybe they're just throwing a hissy fit on this one. Spud says, Rob, be careful. They want to make Prescott a 15-minute city, so watch out for it. And Glocky says, told you the Republicans will be the biggest threat to Trump and the America First agenda. No doubt about that. Hacks talking about nuking Hiroshima again. Thinks it made it a beautiful city. All right. Hey, what's up? Uncle Bozy says, Rob, the man with the bladder of steel. From Uncle Bozy. Thank you for that. I like that you think that. That's fun. All right, what's going on? Mike L. brought in 5 membos. Thank you, Mike L., for doing that one. We got John Smith, Karen Andrews, Victor Carter, Fur Shizzle, and Stephen T. All gifted membos. And thank you to John and to Donut for clipping for us as this carries on. Cardinal O'Flanagan. What's up, Kimberrock? Kimberrock says McConnell is a Chi-Com POS. Yeah, we've long suspected that as well. Dove7 says, why are they so evil? Do they have ears to hear? Trump did so well in California. California's strange. I don't know why they keep voting for the people that they vote for, but they do. And I'm not sure that's going to change anytime soon. Maybe this has been a lesson to them. Chubby, what's up? Says it's a Watching the Watchers marathon stream. Here comes a 280-hour stream. You can do it, Rob. How many days is that? That's a lot. 280 hours. I mean, think about like a 40-hour work week. That's a lot. Maybe there's a time for that. We'll see. And Hack says, as for the pardons, Dems don't like the J6 pardons. We don't like the Biden pardons. We should be careful who we elect so that we can prevent bad pardons, which I think is smart. Yeah. No question about that. We had some locals comments that we'll read as we're here, as we're waiting. The Veil says, good afternoon, Robin Watchers. Here's a question. When a judge is using their position to mess with people, is this outside the judicial branch and can you file a grievance against them? Yeah, so you can file ethical complaints against judges, no doubt. If they're acting, they have immunity, but it's qualified. They can't do whatever they want. What laws are in place to hold judges accountable? Not just financially, but personally. So the same criminal laws as everybody else, and then there's judicial canons of conduct, that there's judicial ethics committees and judicial review boards, and they have their own internal system of administration, generally speaking. Hey, what's up, Chetty Mo? Good to see you. Chelly B says, one of the J6ers said that there was a site with accurate info called J6 True Timeline. Very interesting from Chelly B. Sergeant Bob is here. He lives in Arizona. Says, the mere mention of Mark Kelly, one of our senators, raises my blood pressure. Blake Masters ran against him and lost. Blake said that he would not support McConnell. And then the RNC didn't fund Blake. Sleazy Kelly spent $80 million. Blake only $8. We covered this a while back, he's pointing out. We could have won that. Since I will not and have not sent the RNC a penny. Yeah, Mitch McConnell didn't support any Arizona candidates. Didn't support Kerry Lake either. If anyone thinks I'm wrong, I'd be happy to listen and learn. I wonder what Sleepy Mitch will do next to undermine our courageous president, says Sergeant Bob. Says, gotta love Chip Roy. We talked about Chip earlier on the show. Thank you, Sergeant Bob. Good to see you. Sadie says, as soon as you mentioned Ron DeSantis, I was thinking, talk to the construction crew in Florida. They build things. Speed is of the essence, and they could do it in North Carolina too. North Carolina areas need bridges and more roads. Yes, it takes good governors. Hopefully North Carolina will do the same now that he's got support from Trump. Thank you for that, Sadie. Rob G. Fan says, it's absolutely shameful that Newsom just called a special session and paid $50 million to try to stop Trump. Now they're all going to suck up to Trump. That's what that felt like, right? A lot of them we screwed up. We kind of burnt the house down, but can you come help us? We like you now. Like Biden because he could leave them high and dry. Exactly right, Rob G. Fan. They all are reversing pretty quickly. The Veil says the reason California needs federal help is because they misspent billions and now they want us to pay for them. Baby Lewis says, so impressed with Trump, proud of First Lady Melania to be there on this mission, and God bless them. Sergeant Bob says, I remember when Reagan came down with dementia, he went on national TV and announced it. Nancy supported him. He put it out there. I think we should not condemn Sleepy for his disorder, but we can condemn Jill for the cover-up. Honesty would have been the best policy, from Sergeant Bob. Rakita Banana is on Locals, says, I'm a licensed health counselor, almost finished with my PhD. I've seriously been thinking about creating a treatment group for TDS, hilarious, or at least writing a book about it. Or I could chronicle my personal transportation from libtard to MAGA B. Great stream, Rob. Hilarious, Rakita Banana. I love that. The problem with a tree, well, you'd have to, people with TDS don't really realize they've got TDS. So they're not going to be like, wow, I need a self-help book for TDS. They like their TDS. They live in it. They relish in it. They've got friends. It's like a self-reinforcing delusion. So to ask them to break a habit that they don't think is problematic is going to be a hard thing to do. It would be like trying to sell somebody a book like, you're an idiot. Here's how to fix it. Maybe some people would buy that book, but I think a lot of liberals probably wouldn't. But it's a fun idea. Write up, or you could do like involuntary commitments. Okay, like that son from that article that we read earlier, like he could take his mom to like this involuntary TDS clinic. Like, you're not coming out of here for 7 days. And we're taking your cell phone. No more blue sky, okay? You're done. I like it. Sergeant Bob says, yeah, cop suicides are underreported and not uncommon. True enough. Some more info on backgrounds would be informative. Cops likely have a lot of issues in their lives that most jobs do not. There's probably some studies out there. No? Asked Sergeant Bob. Says to Gen X Ben, nice. Miss Lucky had to wait almost 2 years. Gen X Ben was celebrating his Filipino wife's immigration process. Sergeant Bob and his wife, who's not Filipina, I think she's Canadian, had to wait almost 2 years to get that done. Sergeant Bob also says, how about Sergeant Bob as Sergeant Bob Dog, the bounty hunter in Arizona? Says, heck yeah, Yavapai County, here I come. Sergeant Bob's getting suited up. All right, where's JD at? Elliot is here, sharing this one. Here's some language from a Supreme Court opinion in the 1870s, and this may bear on whether protestations that a pardon was issued in the absence of an offense are significant. So there's this case, Young versus United States, 1878, says, quote, but if there is no offense against the laws of the United States, there can be no pardon by the president, right? The president pardons for an offense. That's what the Constitution says. So for Schiff and Raskin to come out and say, we didn't do anything wrong, then you don't have a pardon. So are you rejecting the pardon outright? If you want to reject it unequivocally, you can do that. You can read the case called Burdick, B-U-R-D-I-C-K, another Supreme Court case that explained that you can reject a pardon so that you do not have to testify. And Raskin and Schiff, none of them have done that. Elliot, thanks. Hey, Baby Lewis says, what the heck? Says Newsom was going to try to have people sell their lots for pennies on the dollar. He's crooked. And so Trump is stepping in right away. Sergeant Bob says, the reality is insurance is a gambling game. Insurance companies bet you won't need it. You bet you will. When the odds tilt against the company, they're not going to bet anymore. It's pretty simple. It is pretty simple. And they're highly regulated. So there's a lot of state bureaucrats that say, you can't increase your prices. You can't increase your rates. They say, oh, we can't increase our rates. Then it's not economically feasible for us to insure these people, given the fact that you've got fires all over the place. So they pull out, and it's because of the government. We can't have companies going bankrupt. Like, we can't expect companies to do that because it's the right thing. Like, I know insurance companies get crapped on all the time, but if they can't print money like the government can. So they have to make decisions to pull out of a state if they can't be profitable. Go Red Team says, do you see JD in the chamber? If not, he either knows Pete won't make it or he's confident. They got 51. He's not there yet. But I also suspect they wouldn't have called the vote if they knew Pete would be voted down. Yeah, I think you're right. They probably wouldn't have called it. But we just didn't know if it was going to be 50 or 51, and it's 50. Sergeant Bob says, with all due respect, ain't no restaurant that could show Mama G anything. That's a great comment, Sergeant Bob, and actually true. My mom judges meatballs everywhere we go. He goes, what is she? Okay, I'll try it. She tries. She goes, okay, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Not great, but pretty good. And she's right. She's right. Hers are better. Hey, Carrie B says, hey, Rob, just wondering if you've signed the petition for Andy Biggs and his gubernatorial candidacy. If I can't get Carrie Lake, I'll take Biggs over Karen every day of the week. And I have not signed it yet, but I would be happy to. BiggsForArizona.com is the website. Andy Biggs is throwing his hat in the ring to be Arizona's new governor. And we need that badly. We got to take our governorship back, our AG's office back, and our Secretary of State's office back. All of them filled with blue hacks who are terrible for Arizona. So amazing. All right, where the heck is JD? Come on, JD, come on down. We need you to vote this correctly. KC Cat, yeah, Voices here, says Vance was a yes. Vance is a yes, so we have Hegseth. I'm out. Voice of the People says, see you later, everyone. He's bailing, which I can understand. It is getting late. Unicorn Forest. Here, let's pull these up over here. Unicorn Forest. Question, is it legal for a person with diminished capacity to sign legal documents? So that's a contract formation question. So if the person has diminished mental capacity, then you would say they could not form the capacity to sign a contract. So the contract would not be valid. If there was a finding that this person is unwell, then they would not be able to form the contract. And you would you'd have somebody like a guardian appointed for that person, or the court might appoint a guardian, like a guardian ad litem, to come in and represent that person because they cannot represent themselves. But I think you're probably asking about Joe Biden, right? So the next question about that would be, if the special counsel Robert Hur found that Joe Biden doesn't have the mental capacity to be charged with a crime, how does he have the mental capacity to be the president? The response to that would be that the 25th Amendment is the incapacitation clause to remove an invalid president, and that was not invoked. So aside from that, we have no other mechanism to remove a president who does have diminished capacity. And the Democrats, via Kamala Harris, would never invoke the 25th Amendment. So how else do you make the argument that your sitting president is diminished? That's really the only mechanism. Robert Hur wouldn't charge him with the crime, but he was allowed to be the president. Kind of a problematic feature of our system. What's up? Thank you. Great question on that one. We've got a couple more that have come in. Let's see. This one, Taiwan is the great China. PRC is a knockoff. Cardinal O'Flanagan says, it would be nice if JD gave Mitch a nice slap on the way out, like on the butt, like this. Whack! Then laugh as he says, see ya, sport. I don't know. Mitch McConnell might have a heart attack. JD manslaughter charges, although he's in the Senate, so he's immune. Hey, what's up? C12J Pilot says, go Pete. Major Norwood, USAR/AV in the house. From C12J Pilot. Sounds like you're in the Air Force over there, sir. Thank you for that. And thanks for the dono. Thanks for being here. It looks like we're going to have Pete, and that's going to be good for our armed services. Wolfgang Deo asking some other questions, saying annex Asia, Europe, Africa, and not just Panama. That sounds aggressive. This one from KC Cat says, I think Fetterman voted aye, but he didn't, unfortunately. It would be nice if he did, but he didn't. Good to see you, Voice of the People. We had another one from Mandrake. Says, primary every one of these rhino jerks. It's unbelievable. Yeah, Maine, Alaska. Like, why is Alaska continuing to elect Murkowski? I don't know. Why is Susan Collins still elected in Maine? How does Mitch McConnell continue in Kentucky? Ridiculous. Hey, God is America. God bless America. Said, how about Joe's pardons are invalid since Hur deemed him to not be in his right mind? See, that was the next follow-up question. Hur was a separate report and an investigation. Like, what should have happened is the Democrats should have gotten that report and invoked the 25th Amendment. But a special counsel report doesn't have a mechanism by which you can then pull a president out of the presidency or say he doesn't have capacity. There was a finding of that, but he's still the president unless there's some other mechanism to remove him from office, and they didn't do that. What's up, Wolfgang? Says, the government can print money, fund Social Security that way. Bam. Social Security and Medicaid no longer a problem. Says, yeah, that's ridiculous. Old people are shrewd. They know better than that. Mrs. T. Rush Says, my hubby and family had to wait 18 years to immigrate legally, had to prove English fluency, understanding of the Constitution of the laws, have a home and a job waiting, and renounce allegiance to all but the United States. And that's a lot. And we're grateful that you went through those hoops to become an American citizen, because it is a very valuable thing, and we love our country. And we want people to be a part of it in that way. Thank you for not breaking into the country and dropping off a baby and saying, I deserve everything and more. What's up, Randy Ham? Hearn. Randy Hearn is in the house saying, I would like to see a handwriting expert analyze those last-minute pardons. Yeah, they look like they're copy and pasted signatures, and I think that they don't match his other signatures. So those final pardons are certainly questionable from Joe, but it's done. I don't think anybody's going to challenge it, and we'll just have to eat it. What's up? Swade's Lounge says, thanks for keeping the stream going. Thank you, Swade's Lounge, for hanging with us into these wee hours of the night. They must be tracking JD down. Wolfgang says, Arizona's problem. So Dems vote blue always because they get payouts like welfare. Unfortunately, something. All right, what's up? Wojo says, here's a fun fact. I just recorded the word Mitch on a phone app and played it backwards, and it sounds like shame. Mitch in reverse sounds like shame. That is interesting. I wonder if that is maybe that's the universe is winking at us. Thank you, Wojo, for sending that one in. And let's see what else we got as we're waiting. Dove7 says, Mitch went to sleep a Republican and woke up a Democrat. JD Vance just posted. Here, let's see what JD Vance just said. Apparently, he just posted on X. Let's see if we can drag this one up. JD Vance. Where the heck is he? Here he goes 13 minutes ago. I thought I was done voting in the Senate. Dang it. Nope. You got another one, JD. So get your butt over there. Get your butt in the House. In the Senate. Still don't see him anywhere. All right, so keep our eye on that one. We had some other amazing donos come in from our friends on Locals. And let's see what we got here. Sir JP says, great stream, Rob. It's hilarious that Trump was sitting at a table full of libs and dismantled them one by one. They never stood a chance. Biden or Kamala would have never. Never. No, they wouldn't have ever done it. Mandrake says, this is just for having to wait on JD's lazy butt. Thank you, Mandrake. I know. Sheesh. The heck is this guy? We need our Secretary of Defense, JD. Hurry your butt on over here. He's probably like hanging out with his wife. He just took his shoes off. Just put his feet up. It's like, oh, finally. Pizza and wings, finally, on this lovely Friday night. JD, you doing anything? Kinda. Hanging with my wife. It's Friday. We're going to need you in the Senate because Mitch McConnell's a piece of crap. He says, I know Mitch McConnell's a piece of crap. I'm happy to come over there and shove it down his gullet. We could have been done a long time ago, Mitch. But no. You had to be fun and clever, didn't you? And stick it to Trump. Thank you, Mandrake. Just for having to wait on JD. Mom, if you're up there watching the show, I love you. Sorry, JD's delaying us. It's not JD's fault. It's Mitch McConnell's fault. I'm not mad at JD. I'm mad at Mitch. See you soon, Mom. Hey, Wolfgang says Biden backwards sounds like goodbye. And Mrs. T. Rush says only hubby and fam. We've been here since the late 1500s. Wow, that's amazing. 1500s? In the U.S.? In American territory? That's amazing. Good to see you, Mrs. T. Rush. KC Cat says, I love someone asked Trump to send someone in to manage the federal money. Sent to California so they can't spend it on other things. And Trump said yes. Yes, give us a special master and we can monitor the funds. All right, JD's coming in. JD's here. Let's do this thing. JD's up there up top.
So what do we think about this Hegseth?
Okay, hit the mic.
Okay. All right. Are there any senators in the chamber who wish to vote or change a vote? If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed.
Yeah, baby! Pete Hegseth, new Secretary of Defense. Read it and weep, Mitch McConnell and Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins. Thanks for nothing. We got it done anyways. And Pete Hegseth is going to be our new Secretary of Defense. You're welcome.
The Majority Leader.
And I ask unanimous consent that with respect to the Hegseth nomination, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Further, that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Nome nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be Secretary of Homeland Security. Signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be Secretary of Homeland Security shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
All right, so we're going to leave it there, my friends. They're going to do some business with Kristi Noem, and they'll come back, and we'll get into that next week. Now, next week, we're going to have a jam-in schedule here. Wednesday is going to be RFK. Thursday is going to be Kash Patel. And on Thursday, there's also going to be Tulsi Gabbard. And we're going to live stream those days. And we're excited about that because we need to fix our health in this country. We need to fix the FBI. And we need to fix our intelligence communities. So we are going to leave it there. Let me make sure that we're not missing anything. Thank you so much for hanging with us for this entire evening and going through this history in the making. We had some final donos that came in, and then we're going to wrap it up on the night, my friends. Thanks for sending these so much. Hey, what's up? Casey Cat says, I love someone asked Trump to send somebody to manage the money in California. I love it too. We got this one from Colby Strutt. Says, I just got out of the military, and they tried to tell us we have to accept trans people in our showers. It was disgusting, and Pete will change these things. I have faith. I have faith in that too. I don't think that that is going to be mandatory anymore because Lloyd Austin is not there with his double face masks anymore. Thank you for your service, Colby. Looking forward to more enjoyable showers. What's up, Chris N? Are you tired of winning yet? Not me. Didn't think so. Best show on the internet. Well done, Patriot. Thank you for that, Chris. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for saying that one. We got D. London. Wouldn't it be funny if JD rocked in wearing a tracksuit? It would be funny. Yeah, and he just pulled it off, just like ripped it off like they do before a basketball game. Thank you, D. London, for sending that one in. Fun comment. Wolfgang Deo says, left the military early 16 at the end of Obama. I knew military allowed one cosmetic surgery, which is an issue with trans, is the medicine and support in combat. Cardinal O'Flanagan says, yes, we did it. We definitely did do it. They're still hanging out over there, as you can see, mixing and mingling. Rebellious, thank you, Rebellious. 13 months as a member and says, and JD enters the Senate wearing a Superman cape. Tons of fun. Thank you, Rebellious. He got it done. He's out already. He's like, all right, I'm going back to the couch. We got this one from First Angel. Says, thanks for keeping the stream going, Rob. Thank you, First Angel. Thanks for hanging with us. We wanted to make sure we got it done together, and we did it. We got Philip Coggins is here. It makes me sad that this Kavanaugh strategy almost worked this time. It was close. And you know who fell for it? Mitch McConnell, Lisa Murkowski, and Susan Collins from Maine. I hope there are political ramifications for them for this. Corey Powell says, I'm going to buy Hegseth a drink. I mean, buy him a coffee. Buy him a cup of coffee. Buy him, some cookies or something like that. You can do that. Scott J, what's up? Thank you, Scott. Thanks for the dono and the tip, my man. Appreciate you being here. Useful Idiot. I was surprised to see no all rise for the Vice President of the United States. Yeah, they were kind of standing around. He got a little bit of an applause as he was walking in. And Wolfgang says, delaying the stream is like a filibuster. Love you, Rob. Love you back, Wolfgang. Thanks for the donos and the great comments today. We appreciate you sending those in. And Colleen says, just because I'm bored waiting for JD, love that man. Sent in a tip. Thank you, Colleen, for sending that one in. Sergi P, great to see you. All right. And so, my friends, we're going to leave it there on the night. Locals, we're going to pop over there for just a quick minute just to say goodbye and round things out. But otherwise, my friends, we are going to come back on Monday. I almost forgot what day it is. It's Friday. So members, we're going to be back tomorrow for our Saturday members only stream in the morning. We hope to see you there. But otherwise, if we don't see you tomorrow, we're pausing for the weekend. We're going to restore our energy tanks, rejuvenate our spirits, and invigorate our souls, because on Monday, we're going to have to come back to get into it again. And in order to do it appropriately, before I say this, I want to thank our amazing mods and meme smiths who modded down the fort for us and kept things nice and orderly here for this extra long mega stream. Thank you, K-Bean, Donut, Carrie B, Playing Hooky, Dog Digger, Janek over on the Rumbles, John for helping out. We're grateful to everybody who keeps this train on the tracks. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you for the nice donos, my friends, for supporting our work. Welcome new membos. We'll see you tomorrow. But that, my friends, is it for us on the day. We are coming back tomorrow for Membo streams. And if we don't see you there, on Monday to get into it again. And in order to do it appropriately, we're going to need to see you right back here so that together, with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. Make it a beautiful night, my friends, and an amazing weekend. I'll see you right back here on Monday. Bye-bye.